Chasing the Best Days. Written by Philip Wyeth. Narrated by Paul Heitch. Chapter 1. In the Money. 8 feet, scooting left. You know this green. Gotta hit it a bit firm. All eyes on me now. Time to shut these guys up. Come on, let me see that money. Yes! Greg leaned over to pick his golf ball out of the hole, then high-fived Steve. Nice birdie, amigo, Steve said. Looks like drinks are on you. Greg did a silly dance and sang, I'm in the money. Tommy and Jaime also shook hands and patted him on the back. Didn't think you were going to make that, Tommy said with a grin. Thanks for the vote of confidence, Greg said, as the group stepped off the green. It was just long enough to make me think, even though we've played this hole, 100 times? Definitely a lot. Come on, let's head in. The clubhouse bar was buzzing. Groups of men wearing bright golf shirts sat around tables that were covered with glasses, scorecards, and appetizers. Greg and his entourage leaned onto the bar. Afternoon, gentlemen, the bartender said. How'd we play today? Armin, what's up? Tommy called out. You know me, just keeping the waters of life flowing. Good. Well, Mr. Clutch here just birdied 18, so he's buying. I'll take a Bud Light. Oh, and pour me a shot of Jack, too. You got it. Guys? Greg said. Same for me. Then looked over at the others. Jaime, Steve, order up. After they sat down, Greg leaned back and spread his legs wide. Okay, boys. Cheers to a good round. Now pay up. Cheers. One by one, his playing partners opened their wallets and tossed cash onto the table. He lazily grabbed at the money, made a visual inspection, then tucked it under his sunglasses. Soon they ordered another round of drinks and started mingling with other members of the club, players who had also finished their rounds, as well as married couples having dinner. Club staff who were making the rounds also came over to say hello. Greg absorbed these warm vibes as the alcohol flowed through his body. He felt protected and far away from all of his daily stresses. Life was good up at the club, and today he was in the black. His phone buzzed on the table in front of him. He set his drink down and tilted the screen up. A text message from Karla said, I'm home, thinking of you. Greg flipped the phone on its face and rejoined the conversation. 10 minutes later, he felt it vibrate again, but this time ignored it. More drinks arrived, then slowly the dining room began to clear out. It was nearly 8 o'clock. One quick glance at his phone while he gathered his things showed that there were now 5 other texts from Karla. He typed, on my way, but then paused before sending the reply. How many drinks deep was he? Should he risk the drive? It was only a few miles to their apartment, but the mountain roads were curved and not well lit. He could ask Karla to come pick him up or take an Uber. But neither of these options worked. He had an early client meeting in the morning and didn't want to waste time picking up his car beforehand. The hell with it, he muttered, and sent the text. When he got home, he saw Karla lying on the couch in sweats watching TV. There was a bottle of red wine sitting on the coffee table in front of her, as well as her phone and some snacks. Her attention remained on the screen. Hey, girl, Greg said. What's going on? Her expression changed to a pout, and she grabbed a handful of potato chips. I don't hear from you. I get worried. Baby, I was celebrating. I won today, and I knew I was going to be back soon. But still, it is easy to type these few words. Phones are supposed to make life easier, not be a leash. Aw, sad doggy. She sat up on her knees, playfully holding her hands out like paws. Greg came nearer, saying, Did you make any progress on that training video? No, I couldn't focus. Maybe you can help me more. Who's applying to be a golf pro, you or me? He said, laughing. Don't be mean, or you can't have any wine. But there's so much left. Here, let me help you with it. He sat down on the couch and began to caress her legs while they watched TV. She brought the wine glass to his lips, and he drank. Then she leaned in and kissed him. Despite all the little dramas, Greg said a prayer to God every night that he got to sleep with this buxom Croatian woman who was half his age. Karla, the unexpected gift that had fallen into his lap after 15 years of divorce hell. The forbidden romance between Corona Vista Country Club member and staff. It was glorious taking possession of her body time and time again, and he tried not to think about how she was only a few years older than his son Peter. But life so rarely went according to plan that Greg had learned to just enjoy the good things as they came along, because eventually the bottom always dropped out. Not that Greg did much to help his own cause. How many crazy women had he dated before Karla? From the 40-something bleach blonde who had more ex-husbands than kids to the naive 35-year-old with the mind of a child, he couldn't seem to hook up with anyone normal. It had been a 25-year streak of bad luck ever since he first set foot in Los Angeles. No one had ever warned Greg not to fall in love with the first woman he met in a new city. But even if they had, what young man was equipped to defend himself against the California dream? His mind was filled with old-fashioned East Coast values, and he had not been prepared for Robin, the horse-riding, sandy brunette who went down on him during their first date. He still remembered it clearly. That magical night down in Redondo Beach, the harbor lights twinkling in the distance, her whole body wiggling around in the front seat of his car. He with his hands clasped behind his head and feeling on top of the world, because he had officially arrived. Greg didn't realize until many years later that this had been the pivotal fork in the road of his life. At the time, it was impossible to see clearly through all the hormones, new city excitement, and the deep need for validation that Robin offered so willingly. He had just never been able to slow things down and really think before taking the plunge. On the surface, it had all looked so promising. Preparing to attend law school and married to a woman hotter than any of the girls he knew back home. It was not the worst place to be at age 27. 2 years later, Peter was born, and 3 years after that, Nick came along. He was a real family man, until one day Robin said she wasn't happy, and the avalanche began. Greg heard the alarm go off at 5:30. Karla's hand was on his chest. He eased himself off the bed and gave her exposed foot a squeeze before stepping into the bathroom. "Head feels okay. I gotta get out of here before she wakes up, wants to talk. Maybe just grab a coffee in town. Then we'll see if these idiots are any closer to settling. Or not. Pay for my golf with your family feud. I don't give a shit. We've all got our own boxes of paperwork. At least it isn't me sitting on the wrong side of the desk anymore." Chapter 2. The Game. "But I want that goddamn house!" Teresa Sims stared daggers across the table. Hannah Sims laughed back at her, saying, "You aren't even a blood relative. How can you possibly—" Derek, Teresa's husband, brought a hand to his mouth. "If I may," he said, "the building in question does have a special place in our hearts. What, concessions would we need to, make in order to—" "To take it?" Hannah snapped. "No, sis, I wouldn't think of it in those terms. I know you don't. But she does." "My God!" Teresa screamed. "Why can't I get any respect around here? I've been a part of this family for almost 20 years. I loved your father." "Oh, give me a break!" Hannah had nearly come out of her chair. In the sudden silence that followed, Greg looked over at his boss, Lou Refkin. The older man cleared his throat. He said, "Ladies and gentlemen, I know that passions are running high right now, but we've got a lot of ground to cover today, so could I ask that we set this particular detail aside until later?" The 5 Sims family members looked around the conference table at each other. One by one, they nodded their heads in agreement. "Thank you," Lou said. "Now," Greg turned a page in his binder, ready to offer any fine details when prompted. The Sims family, inheritors of a California mining dynasty, whose leader, Alexander, had died 3 years prior at the ripe old age of 86. Now his surviving relatives were at war over his $60 million estate. Mr. Refkin seemed to have an entire Rolodex full of these types. People who had never personally struggled but were willing to fight to the death over someone else's money, and all the while indifferent to the staggering attorney's fees they were racking up. Greg couldn't imagine what that kind of luxury was like, but their malice was something he understood quite well. At first, Robin had been open to a quick, amicable split, but Greg soon learned of the powerful spells that divorce lawyers whispered into the ears of still attractive women about to re-enter the singles market. Promises that if wives alleged abuse, emotional suffering, or just kept delaying, they could collect a little more. Some extra money for miscellaneous monthly expenses or a larger percentage of child custody, always pushing and angling for just a little more. Greg had watched in dismay as everything he worked for was torn to shreds in the agonizing quiet of a law office. With every flutter of the page, thousands of hours of his future labor were allocated and divvied up. One little form signed by a judge and he could be legally barred from seeing his sons. The whole process was so shocking and demoralizing that one day Greg seemingly awoke from a daze to find his family shattered and himself relegated to a small apartment. He was simply in no condition to devote the time necessary to prepare for the difficult and competitive California State Bar exam. He took whatever legal positions he could find to keep afloat while the divorce dragged on. Bills came flying at him from all sides, such as school loans and paying for both his and Robin's attorneys, as well as buying toys and school supplies for the boys. There was some small consolation in knowing that he was not alone in this sea of divorce. Many other men who had built careers to support their families were being tossed around by the whims of the family court system. Because, as Greg came to understand, divorce involved much more than just providing for your children. From stenographers and bailiffs to child psychologists and judges, there were a lot of mouths to feed. And you were one of the heartbroken mules expected to pull all that weight. The one saving grace through the whole ordeal was his sons, Peter and Nick. He got them both playing golf young and spent hours teaching them every facet of the game, from proper etiquette on the greens to trusting the body's deep, intuitive power to select the club that worked for you on an important shot. He loved the game. The battle that raged inside each player's head, the little ball that sat motionless, defying you to hit it. No defenders, no game clock, no excuses. And maybe that's why the highs were so high and the lows felt so low. Could you, in the moment, quiet your thoughts and execute? It was glorious when you did. The thump of your club against the turf, the ball leaping up majestically as the chunk of divot fell away, then tracking the shot and somehow being able to sense that a ball traveling nearly 500 feet in an arc was going to land near the flagstick. It meant you had earned that breezy walk up to the green with putter in hand. Years later, after Nick graduated high school and Greg was finally off the hook, his golf buddy Steve convinced him to join Corona Vista, a private country club located on the border of the San Fernando and Simi valleys. While not one of those ritzy clubs with $100,000 buy-ins where the rich and famous hobnobbed, for under $700 a month it afforded Greg the chance to strut around like a king. His handicap began to tick down on the challenging track, and most importantly, he had found a place to belong. He was a member. The staff knew his name and always said sir when addressing him. His locker even had a shiny brass nameplate. Greg came to cherish the bathroom selection of old man colognes and powders which he used to freshen up after playing. Sweet-smelling Pinot talc in the bright green bottle, followed by a splash of whatever that hazy blue aftershave was, then parting his hair and dropping the comb into the disinfectant jar, feeling like he was stepping out of a barber shop back in 1962. The Sims family was gone now. Greg checked his watch, 12:10. If he got his papers organized and took some work home, he could be on the road to Corona Vista by 1. Follow up yesterday's great round and keep dialing in his game. His handicap had been hovering around 9 for months now, and there was a club tournament coming up that he intended to play well in. Turn some heads, show the other members he was for real. He skipped lunch, sent off a summary of the morning meeting, and left the office after checking in with his boss. Traffic was moving nicely on the freeway. He turned up the classic rock station and thumped the passenger seat with his hand. Game on! When Greg got to the club, the starter said it was a slow day and sent him off without a playing partner. He quickly found himself back in the zone. A couple of casual pars, then a nice birdie on 3. He cracked open a beer and kept on walking. A short while later, after hitting his approach from the 5th hole fairway, he looked back and saw a golf cart coming around the bend. The exposed golden thigh in the distance was unmistakable. Karla was headed his way. Greg killed 30 seconds by replacing his divot, then sauntered toward the cart as it slowed. "Hey, girl, is this a beverage delivery?"
"No, it isn't," Karla said as she stepped out. "Baby, why didn't you find me before you went out to play?"
"I knew I was going to see you later. I had a stressful morning at work, just had to get out here."
"Well, I am here now. Quick, give me a kiss."
You know we shouldn't take the risk being seen like that. Go on back to the clubhouse." Greg waved his hand.
"Why are you ignoring me? You didn't even say goodbye this morning. Maybe I should move out again, yeah?"
"Don't say that. Besides, you're broke. Where would you even go?"
Karla smiled. "Maybe Tyler would enjoy my company."
"Who? That guy who took you to play with his friends last month? Whatever, he's a tool."
"He has a nicer car than you," Karla said, pointing a finger at him.
"You know what? Can I just play a few holes here?"
"Oh, I'm sorry. I did not realize that your girlfriend was less important than hitting a golf ball."
"Karla, you're killing me. Of all women, I thought you at least would realize what this game means to me."
"Yes, of course. Golf is very fun. And I am learning about the business side now, too." She paused. "But what I don't understand is why you men play without anybody else. I've seen this many times. You walk around the golf course just talking to yourselves. And you're not even happy. What is the point if instead of having nice time with me, you want to be angry alone?"
Greg was taken aback. What she said was true. For years he had gone to public courses as a single and sometimes played entire rounds by himself when there was no one else to pair up with. Now he searched for the words that expressed the sense of rightness he always felt out on the links. "It's not about you," he said. "Maybe it's not even about the game. Every day there's all this bullshit weighing me down. But coming out here, taking on the course, it's like therapy or cleaning out my car."
"A car wash? I don't believe this."
"Okay, listen. When I hit a bad shot for no reason, my mind feels like it's on fire. So when you see us walking around muttering to ourselves, it's like all the stupid mistakes we made in our lives, they brought us to this moment where we can't even properly hit a fucking golf ball that's just sitting there." "God, that sounds like torture." "You have no idea. Because, look, sports like tennis and basketball where you're always moving, yeah, you might double fall, but then you hit a winner 10 seconds later. Miss a layup? Whatever, you'll make a good pass next time down the court. But golf, there are times when nothing good happens to you for 45 minutes.
Greg,
But sometimes you hit that next shot so pure and you're right back in the game. Just like that, you feel like maybe everything's going to work out after all." Karla put her hand on her forehead.
"And you do this for fun? You pay all the money, buy new equipment just to drive yourself crazy?"
Greg sighed. "Babe, life can be a real pain in the ass. But out here, on the course, things are a little simpler. It gives you a chance at some control." They heard a thump a short distance behind them and turned to see a golf ball roll off the fairway into the left rough. Seconds later, a cart came into view, and the man driving it gave a wave.
"That's Mr. Mason," Karla said. "He started 15 minutes after you. Another man playing by himself."
"I don't know why it bothers you so much."
I just do not understand.
You took this job to learn the ropes, right? Well, there's more to golf management than tee times and keeping the greens looking good. The other cart pulled up and Mason, a man in his late 50s, waved again. I'm sorry if I hit into you. Didn't realize things were backed up. No, it's my fault, Greg said. Got sidetracked. Want to play through? Or you're welcome to join up with me. How you shooting so far? 1 under. Playing better than me. Hop on, I've got a few beers. Let's give it a go. Karla was already stepping back into her cart when Greg leaned in and said, Goodbye to you too. Her accent sounded particularly sharp as she said, I thought you were having a personal therapy session. Now it's time to party again? Gotta go with the flow. Don't be mad if you can't always keep up. You men are out of your minds. You make simple games such as this so complicated. Karla stomped her foot on the accelerator and drove off. Greg watched her for a moment, then turned his head in time to see Mason hit a low knockdown iron shot out of the left rough. The golf ball glanced off a branch 20 yards short of the green and kicked up near the fringe. Not a bad attempt, Greg called out. Looks like you're still about pin high. Mason grumbled. Damn pulled tee shot put those trees in play. Where were you? Oh, I'd already hit. Found the sand front right. Okay, let's see who can slap it close. $5? Greg winked. You're on. And here's that beer. Greg secured his bag onto the back of the cart, then they rode down the fairway toward the green. A glimmer of sunlight hit their faces as Greg took his first sip of the new beer. Not too bad, he said. No, sir. Not too bad of a day. Chapter 3. Light Lunch. I've suffered through all this too, you know. Robin was wearing a stretchy, floral, spaghetti-strap dress. The skin on her arms and shoulders was golden tan. She poked at her salad with a fork, then looked up again. No response, she said. Greg dabbed at his mouth with a napkin. He said, Right now we're not talking about you, or me. Our son, the one who still lives with you, is a mess. Yes, I know, it's all my fault, but let's not forget I had to track you down to actually have this conversation. Robin took a sip of red wine. I'm amazed you even showed up. Are you through? Greg stared directly into her eyes. The kid flunked out and bounced right back into his old bedroom, under your roof, but apparently with no rules. He's 20 years old. You can't just let him play video games all day and night. It's completely on my shoulders, of course, because you couldn't possibly be bothered to take a more active role in your son's life, especially not now when he's in need of a male role model. Both he and Peter always needed one of those, but the person you had to do that got kicked out of the house, remember? All right, she said. Make me the bad guy. I swallowed my pride and came here today to see if we could work together to get Nick back on track. Okay. What do you have in mind? He's got to start taking some classes locally. What subject? It doesn't matter right now. Anything to get him back in study mode. And where do I come into the equation? Greg! I can't believe you! Robin snapped, then self-consciously looked around the cafe. She lowered her voice. He's your son. You've got to talk to him. Draw him out in a way that you know I can't. Greg ripped open a sugar packet and dumped it into his iced tea. Yeah, I can do that. How about I send him a text and see if he wants to come up to the club for a round? We can talk out on the course. But that's such a drive all the way out there. Meet him somewhere close. Take him to Griffith Park instead. It might not even matter what course I suggest. Will he even respond to me? Greg, you have to call him. Look, Robin, when the boys want to avoid you, it doesn't matter how many ways you try to reach them. Well, she said, patting her hands against the tablecloth, sometimes the best way, the simplest way, is just to knock on their door. Greg felt his eyes involuntarily close, as if a 10-ton weight had been placed on his eyelids. When he opened them and started to speak, the smirk he saw on Robin's face made him do a double-take. He gathered himself and said calmly, Did you only bring me here so you could beat me in a game where you make up the rules? Was talking about Nick's problems just cover for some other bullshit you want to dump on me?
I need some money, Robin said in a half-mutter, half-whisper.
How much?
500.
For what? You have a job, plus the side gig with the horses.
It's just hard right now. The price of everything keeps going up.
She paused, then nodded her head when the server offered to top off her wine.
I know that I may have no right to ask you, but Nick, he eats everything in sight. Then there's his car insurance, cell phone bill, and he's not even working.
All right, I get it. I'll see if I can send you at least $300 after I get paid this week. I'll put it in your account.
Thank you. That's all I'm asking.
Greg looked around the cafe. But I don't see how you can pick a fancy place like this for lunch if you're hurting for money.
What, am I supposed to live like a pauper? And besides, it's not my fault you work in Beverly Hills.
Ah, now I see why you so nobly made the drive all the way across town to meet me. Our son, my ass. There's 10,000 less expensive places to eat between here and your house, but since you made the effort to come see me, of course I'd pony up the money you need. So what's a little wine on top of 500, right? I swear the logic of you women is something to marvel at. Robin folded her napkin slowly. As she set it on the table, she flicked her eyes up at Greg and said,
Speaking of women, I hear you and that little tart have been living together.
Greg grumbled and stared back.
Is that any example to be sending to your sons? She added. Especially Peter. She's, only 3 or 4 years older than he is?
Greg inspected a warped fingernail on his left hand. He thought of the new white and gray golf glove he'd bought the other day, which made him chuckle. Before he could speak or explain, Robin said, Of course you're laughing, playing around while your son flounders. Can I speak? Greg said. Thank you. You know, in some parallel fucking universe, one where you didn't blow up our marriage simply because you weren't happy, in that world we own a large house free and clear, a couple of nice newer model SUVs with functioning AC, and we actually have a daughter who is now in high school. But instead, he continued, this is our reality. We're both broke and constantly at each other's throats. Maybe it makes perfect sense that our sons want to keep their distance.
So you are saying this is all my fault?
Robin nearly knocked over her wine glass as she reached for it. Just hear me out, Greg said. I've made my share of mistakes over the years, but I showed up to every court date, paid the alimony and child support every fucking month, and coordinated with you for pickups and drop-offs of the boys. And the 1,000 times you were late or just didn't bother to show up, I never said a damn thing. I certainly didn't go snitching to the courts, like you always did when you didn't get your way. And yet now, when I'm finally out from under that rock and trying to put my life back together, I have the privilege of being scolded as if we were actually still married or tied together in any legal sense. No, thank you. I'm going to get drunk, play golf, and have sex with the youngest and hottest piece of ass that God, with his mysterious sense of justice, bestows upon me. Whether or not that's your fault is irrelevant. But you have to accept that who I am today is a consequence of your decision to divorce me. Robin inhaled deeply and said,
That was all a long time ago, Greg. I have regrets too. I know that when I end a shift at the store and have to drive straight to the equestrian center, somehow it's all got to do with being a single mom on a budget. Believe me, I'm not mad at you for wanting to date or have fun, but all I think about is our boys. And I physically have to look at Nick every day. He's getting fat. He doesn't keep a regular schedule. Life is passing him by while you're out there playing hooky on the golf course. Please, I need your help.
Greg fiddled with his glass for a moment, then said, What are you thinking? Some kind of an intervention? Do you want a break and Nick can come live with me?
Ha! I wouldn't want him anywhere near your girlfriend. No, I'm talking about active involvement in his life. To step up and be a father.
This is getting psychotic, and we're starting to talk in circles. I have to get back to work now anyway.
More like show your face for 20 minutes, then run off to the club.
Robin gulped down nearly half her glass. In your mind, Greg said, are you scoring points? Or do you actually believe these little jabs are going to influence what I do? Look, the message you brought up 2 drinks ago has been received. I will get on top of Nick by phone, text, email, whatever. If he ignores me, I'll let you know. Then you can corner him, and hopefully our combined efforts will get him off his ass. We can try that, but he's got the body of a man. I don't know if me yelling at him is going to have any effect. He's gotten pretty good at tuning me out. That's never stopped you from bitching at me. Robin's jaw dropped. Just, please, one day this weekend, can you come to the house? Sit him down or unplug his video game. Just try to make some inroads. Because apparently I can't. Help me. It just never ends. Greg shook his head. Money, personal attacks, and then the cry for help. Okay, I'll drop by. But I'm doing it for him, not you. Because you and I, we're both beyond messed up. He's too young to let our mistakes ruin his future. Truce? Robin's lips began to quiver. Let's not get caught up in any diplomatic mumbo-jumbo just yet. If you can keep your mouth shut, stay off my back, and don't talk shit about me in front of him, then maybe I can make a little progress. Okay, I'll try to be quiet. Don't just try. Do. Walk away and pour yourself a drink instead. That's just stop, Greg said, waving his hand. Don't take the shot. Instead, let that innocent little rabbit scamper on back to his family. See? It can feel good to be quiet. Robin ran her fingers back through her hair, the gold band on her wrist sliding down her arm. It's getting late, she said. Don't you have to get back to the office? Damn, right when I was starting to win, too. There aren't any winners in this battle, Greg. Not for a long time. Maybe so. But let's just make sure our sons don't turn out to be losers. I agree. Split the check? Robin moved a hand toward her purse. Greg raised his eyebrows. No, I got this. Chapter 4. Among Friends. John came back to the table with 3 drinks pressed together between his hands. He said, Caesar just told me that was last call. No fun, his wife Susie said, giving a playful pout. She took a sip from her fresh margarita. Greg raised his glass and said, Cheers, you two. The club began to die down. Caesar carried a tray of dirty plates back behind the bar. The pro shop lights went dark. Greg saw Karla lock the doors and enter the bar. She raised her eyebrows at him, then went to the counter. A moment later, she came to the table holding a glass of ice water. Hi, Susie, John, how are you? Oh, Karla, Susie beamed. So very nice to see you. Have you been working this whole time? Yes, I have. So busy in here today. John said, Why don't you take a seat and join us? Karla looked at Greg anxiously. She lowered her voice and said, I would love to, but... Susie reached out and squeezed Karla's hand. She whispered, I understand. Her eyes suddenly widened. She turned to John and said, Say, hon, how many steaks did you buy yesterday? He jangled his glass of rum and coke, then said, 6 or 7, I think. Susie looked at Greg and Karla. Why don't you two come over and we'll grill them up? Are you sure? Greg said. Why not? John said. That's actually a great idea. I'm in. Karla's face had brightened during this exchange. Greg looked up at her and she nodded happily. He said, If it's not too much trouble, do you guys have enough to drink at the house? Of course we do, Susie said. The wine fridge is stocked, as always. There's beer in the garage, too. So come on over, John said. Let's keep this thing going. Hey, Greg said, you don't have to twist my arm. Karla was smiling. Yes, she said. I am very excited now. The group soon gathered their belongings and left the table. Greg and Karla got into their separate cars, then followed the married couple for the few short blocks it took to reach their house, which bordered on the Corona Vista property. Greg had been here several times for a quick drink after leaving the clubhouse, but this was Karla's first visit. It was one of the countless stucco homes built during the early 2000s construction boom, and John and Susie had moved in several years ago when they joined the club. Greg watched Karla marvel at the wide-open foyer, which had an enormous Persian rug on the tile floor. A glistening chandelier hung down halfway from the ceiling 20 feet above. Karla did a little pirouette as she followed Susie into the kitchen. She ran her hand across the sparkling counter and said, "Your house is so beautiful. I love it." "You're too nice," Susie said. "Now, let's poke around this monstrosity and find something good to drink. I swear, every time John and I visit a winery, we buy too much." The ladies walked over to the wine refrigerator that was in the dining room. Susie turned up the dimmer and they began to pull out various bottles, commenting on the logos and reading out the descriptions on the back of each label. John flicked Greg on the arm and said, "Come on, we got our own bottles to look at." They stepped into the garage and John opened the white fridge. The shelves were crammed with 6-packs of craft brew, plus a few bottles of champagne stood solemnly in the door racks. Greg selected a beer that had an interesting bird on the label. "Thank you, sir." John grabbed one for himself, then opened the bottom drawer and pulled out the steaks. "Let's go prep these suckers." They passed back through the kitchen and grabbed some supplies on their way to the rear patio. The women had opened a bottle of red wine, and Susie was now leading Karla on a tour of the house, drinks in hand. As John began seasoning the meat, he said, "How do you and Karla like it cooked?" "Medium's fine." Greg stepped to the edge of the property. The golf course was a sight to behold in the fading light. John's patio faced the green of an elevated par 3, which had a deep bunker directly in front. It could give you fits if you didn't hit a good tee shot. Birdies were rare, especially if the sloped green was cut tight. Greg had made a decent par on this hole earlier in the day. Careful putt from the side fringe to 3 feet, then a drama-free cleanup. "You should hear some of the stuff that echoes up to us from down there," John said, waving his hand left in the direction of the tee box down below. "Double bogey-induced Tourette's, I call it." Greg grinned. "It can be a beast. You get many balls hitting the deck here?" "It's pretty rare, thank God." John fired up the gas grill. "Myself, I tend to pull it off the tee trying to get up the hill. I think most people try to avoid being late on the swing." "True. What do you normally hit?" 5 or 6. Don't want to overshoot it. You?" Greg sucked on his beer. 6. I'm pretty good out of that trap. Lots of experience, unfortunately. "Yeah, this one can feel like the round breaker or the round maker. You know, step up to the tee, the body's warmed up, the drinks are kicking in. And what do you get? Par? Bogey? Or throw up a stupid 6? Then it all comes crashing down like a fucking ton of bricks," Greg said with a chuckle. "Why am I out here playing this game?" "You know it." John started placing steaks on the grate, and they gave a hiss. "But we always come back. Suckers for punishment. We gotta try it again." I remember my first birdie on this hole. Absolutely. At least the 15th round after I joined. It was 20-something feet up the hill. Decent break from left to right. Down and in. Oh, yeah. John smiled, folded his arms with the beer in his right hand. "Sounds like you're talking about a beautiful girl you remember from high school. And it's just as sweet. Magical. But then the moment's gone. Poof. Back into the rush of things. All you can hope to do is recapture it in your head sometime. Or get another birdie." John jerked his thumb back toward the course and nodded knowingly. Then he grabbed the spatula and whacked the side of the grill. "But let's not get too sappy. Golf's just a game." "That may be," Greg said. "But it saves lives. Probably saved mine at some point." He finished his beer and went back into the house. The women were chatting loudly at the kitchen island, swinging the enormous wine glasses around as they spoke. "Oh, Greg," Susie said, "come here and settle this for us. Karla says you don't think she can compete with any of the men." "Aw, come on," he said. "Why is she dragging you into this?" Susie rapped a knuckle against the counter. "Doesn't matter. Out with it, now." Greg looked over at Karla. She turned up her nose with an exaggerated flip of the hair. Fine, he said. She can hit, no doubt about that. Drives a nice tee-ball. But on the approach?
He frowned and shook his head. What? Karla protested. What's wrong with my second shot? I practice all the time.
It's mental, he said, tapping his temple. 1 or 2 mistakes on those makeable iron shots, then, well, the whole sweater falls apart.
So, Coach Greg, Susie said as she straightened her posture. If that's the culprit, what can she do about it?
No, I'm off the clock. We're in party mode right now. Excuse me, but I have to replenish the grillmaster's beverage.
Greg felt a little float in his step as he passed into the garage and grabbed 2 more beers. He then shook his head from side to side as the women chirped at him on his way back out through the kitchen.
Fuck, he muttered, after returning to the quiet safety of the patio. They won't leave you alone for a second.
John laughed, puffing on a cigarette in the near darkness.
Want one? I do now, Jesus.
An hour later, the group sat quietly under the stars. The edges of the mountains were slightly glowing. All the dinner plates were clear except for a few carrot stems and bits of gristle. Mostly empty wine glasses and a couple of untouched waters filled the remaining table space. It's so lovely out here at night, Susie said. We're blessed. After a silent moment, Karla said, I'm so happy to get to know you both on a personal level, as friends.
Susie raised her glass.
And we as well. Cheers to you.
Greg cleared his throat. Well, as much as I'd love to keep drinking all of your best wine, I do have to show up at work tomorrow.
The group began to stack the plates and silverware. John stood up and stretched with a loud yawn. He turned to Karla and said, Young lady, you are welcome here any time. Thank you so much, John. She gave him a hug. Let me help you take these things in. They all squinted in the bright kitchen light. Dishes were deposited in the sink, glasses and bottles set on the counter. Slowly, the group walked toward the front door, exchanging friendly small talk before finally saying goodnight. Greg took Karla's hand as they walked down the driveway to their cars. She leaned back into his chest and looked up at the night sky. This is just a dream, she said. A perfect night. He brought a hand up and caressed the back of her neck with his fingertips. He closed his eyes and smelled her soft hair.
Are you good to get home?
He asked. I think so. Feeling a stir in his body, Greg said,
Be careful, then. This perfect night isn't over yet.
He could feel her smile, then dug his thumb into her hip bone. Karla squirmed and turned her head around. She kissed him before bringing her lips to his ear. Follow me close on the drive, she whispered. Then take me from behind.
Chapter 5. Bold Steps. Greg studied the contours of Karla's body as she slept. Her back was facing him, that glorious piece of roast which he so adored. In frenzied moments, he would sometimes bite her side just below the rib cage, but not too hard, or she would later take revenge by dragging her nails down his spine. Her Rubenesque waist was almost twice the size of the dolled-up model types he saw during his lunch breaks in Beverly Hills. He preferred a woman like Karla, where you could land a flying elbow drop and know she'd be just fine. A statue that moved with the power of the ocean, wriggling its rump up against you in perfect rhythm all night long. Greg pulled the loose part of the sheet over her legs, then rolled over onto his back. The lights outside were casting some abstract shapes onto the ceiling. He picked at the edge of a nostril and flicked the bit of crust away into the room. If someone had told him 5 or 10 years ago that he would one day be a member of a private country club and living with a much younger woman, Greg would have called it impossible short of winning the lottery. But here it all was. Birdies, hot sex, being called Mr. Everett. Which is why Greg was confused by the vague, unsettling feeling that had intruded upon this private moment of satisfaction. The young goddess lay vanquished at his side. There was nothing more he could do to please her. As for the golf gods, it was pointless trying to make sense of their inscrutable plans. They doled out lucky bounces and shocking injustices, seemingly without any rhyme or reason. So who was whispering into the recesses of his subconscious at this quiet hour? The voice was demanding that Greg abandon the hedonistic lifestyle of the past 2 years, something which he believed was payback for all the cruel and unusual punishments he'd endured. Unless this was fate's way of saying that the scales were officially settled and playtime was over, that he would need another goal besides bounding up the spiral staircase of thrills, because there was more to life than just reacting to pain and lust. In his heart, Greg knew that even Karla was a dime a dozen, just one of the countless young women who roamed the world cataloging their journey on social media, all while being secretly funded by male benefactors. How many of them were simply on a collision course with fertilization? Because even Karla, who claimed not to want children until much later, rolled the dice every time she had unprotected sex with a rundown man like Greg. They both put their faith in the pill to keep their romance in the realm of fantasy. Now it occurred to Greg that maybe Karla wasn't the reward at the end of his time in divorce purgatory, but actually just a taste of what could be his if he ever finally applied himself toward the goals he'd carried around for years, but which somehow always stayed on ice. He would have to take bold steps now, make some sort of a plan. Because fortune did not reward courage alone, especially when you were already past age 50. Doing work itself would not be enough, and neither was just showing up. Greg couldn't wait passively for life to throw him scraps anymore, or mope in the shadows because he was a victim of the system. He needed to take hold of the reins, no matter how slow the mule, because then he would be the granter of carrots and administrator of sticks. To have power, control, over himself first, then maybe others too someday, and get paid what he was worth because he was sick of being broke at the end of each month. He could picture it through half-open eyes. His own law firm, Everett and whoever. A huge desk, someone else to book his tea times. Desperate clients paying $400 an hour or more for his time. Maybe a write-up in the annual Who's Who of California lawyers, or at least a mention in his alma mater's quarterly magazine. Gregory Everett is a successful some kind of attorney in Beverly Hills, California. Fuck yeah. Greg got out of bed in search of the bottle of wine that he and Karla had opened after getting home from John and Susie's, but then abandoned in the heat of passion. Because he was in the mood for a little celebration now, a one-man party after going mano a mano with the universe during his midnight thoughts, facing down the brazenly emasculating challenges that came up from the depths, and which tried to stack new doubts upon the scars of lingering despair. He stood nude in the darkened living room. A trickle of wine ran down onto his chin as he drank straight from the bottle. He didn't care. He felt like a god. Eventually, he went back into the bedroom. He rolled over into Karla and gripped the firm top of her shoulder, burying his face into her long hair. It felt so good. Sleep finally overtook him as their bodies settled in together. Chapter 6. Showdown. Ping! Greg watched Tommy hold his follow-through, then turned his head to track the shot. The ball bounced and tumbled down the fairway, but lost steam as it neared the green and rolled toward the left front bunker. From back here, they couldn't tell if it had gone into the sand or not. Tommy, who was standing on the fairway about 30 feet away from Greg, casually picked at the face of the fairway wood he'd just used. He folded his arms and now looked over at Greg, whose own tee shot had carried a few feet further. Greg was ready to hit. He didn't need his rangefinder for this one. The only real decision after a good tee ball on this par 5 was whether to go for the green or play it safe by laying up. His careless bogey on the previous hole made that choice for him. Better to get a par than risk over-swinging and sending a ball into the water on the right side. He stepped up with his 4-iron, nestling his feet like a cat, then gave the turf a gentle thump after taking a lazy practice swing. It was a solid strike, and the golf ball carried forward nicely before dropping down into a safe valley 30 yards short of the green. "Pussy!" Tommy called out. Greg looked over at him, smiled. "Let's see how you do out of that trap." "If I'm even in it." They picked up their bags and soon converged on the fairway. Jaime was up ahead over in the left rough, preparing to hit his third shot. A bad tee ball that landed behind a tree had forced him to punch out. Steve, meanwhile, was off wandering around the far right side near the lake. Tommy drank from his beer can and said to Greg, "It's down to you and me on this one. Who wants it?" "Hold on," Greg said. "Let's see what Highlight can do here." They watched as Jaime took a very tight stance and whacked a low tracer that swung out of the rough far across the fairway, then ran out from right to left. The ball came to a stop about 15 feet short of the front right edge of the green. "So there," Greg said. "Still got a shot at par." Tommy snorted. "If he chips it to 5 feet, I'll buy you a beer." "Damn," Greg said as they began to move forward again. "I won't tell Jaime you have so little faith in his short game." About 100 yards from the pin, they saw Steve standing at the water's edge with his hands on his hips. "Hey," Tommy called out. "What's the holdup?" "I can't fucking find it," Steve said. "I know it was close to the water, but I didn't think it actually went in." As Jaime now caught up to Greg and Tommy, they all ambled over to the right rough to help look for the missing ball. A moment later, Greg, who had walked 25 yards back in the direction of the tee box, said, "Hey, Mr. Long Hitter, you're back here." "I am? Son of a bitch!" Steve carried his bag hastily toward Greg and tossed it on the ground. He yanked out an iron while muttering to himself. Greg chuckled and sipped his beer. "Easy now. This is only your third shot, right?" Yeah. "Then come on. $1.30 to the flag. Hit that shit." Steve lifted his club vertically like a sword and exhaled dramatically. "Okay." He twisted his feet down into the dried-out long grass. Thump. The ball came out like a rocket, soaring up and away. As it descended, Greg could see that it was perfectly in line with the center of the green. Steve whispered, "Come on, baby." The shot hit less than 10 feet past the pin, then kept bouncing until it rolled off the back right fringe and disappeared. "Mother!" Steve hissed through clenched jaws. "I fucking had it!" Greg shouldered his bag. Now, he said. "It's early yet. Get up and down, have a beer." "Yeah, sure. Wasting a perfectly gettable par 5. Hit a better tee shot. Whatever. Where are you?" "Valley girl." 2 or 3. "Are you serious? Laying 2, bitch." The foursome neared the green. Tommy peeled off to the left. His ball had not gone into the sand, but was so close to the edge that he would barely be able to take a proper stance. He started hitting little practice chops in the nearby grass while waiting for his turn. Back in the little gully below the green, Greg did a handful of quick mental calculations to determine whether to hit a flop shot or bump and run. What am I doing better right now? What's going to put it closer, rolling out with the green or a quick check? And what the hell's Tommy's ball going to do? He took out his lofted wedge. Didn't want to risk the little hill eating the punch and have the ball die 20 feet short, take grief from the others from here to the next tee box, or hear the golf demon in his mind remind him of that bad decision all week. Click. A tasty, clean pick off the turf, his club face crossing under with a little pepper, Greg's signature spin. He dropped the upturned club down into his hand with a twirl, watching the flop land softly and check 7 feet beside the hole. He turned toward Tommy and posed like a Bollywood dancer, sticking out his tongue while moving his arms hypnotically. "Nice shot," he heard Jaime say from behind him. Tommy didn't say a word. He stepped in, feet nearly touching and his backside hovering above the bunker wall. A deliberate swing, head kept down as the hands passed through the ball. It flipped up into the air, curving from left to right and just clearing the fringe. It bounced gently, then continued to trickle sideways across the green. 10 feet uphill for birdie. Tommy grinned at Greg. "Bird Patrol! Who wants it?" Greg and Tommy bumped shoulders as they set their bags off the left side of the green. Jaime played his fourth shot quickly, and the ball, which was on a good line, ran nearly 10 feet past the cup. "And there it is," Tommy said quietly. "No beer for you." Greg motioned to their own golf balls, sitting so close to the hole. "I got other things to worry about." Thunk. They watched Steve's shot climb out of the lush rear rough and cascade wide past the hole. He let the club fall into the grass in frustration. Everyone marked their balls, then started reading the lines of their putts. Steve was first to go, an 18-footer from below that would give Tommy a clue. Steve swung the putter head smoothly and firmly, bending his knees in anticipation while Tommy watched from behind. The ball held a straight line until the last 5 feet when it lost steam against the slope and gave a sigh, dying pin high but 4 inches to the right. "Thank you very much," Tommy said. Steve made the dejected walk up to tap in for his bogey. Jaime, who had also been standing below the hole studying his shot, was next to play. He moved around into position and replaced his ball. It was a delicate putt down the slope, and he took an exaggerated inside-out line to avoid sending it too far past. The ball came to a rest a foot above the cup. "Oh well," he said lightly, "I deserve a 6. He finished out and stepped over to where Steve was holding the flagstick. Greg and Tommy gave each other the stare. It was on. Tommy was first, away by just a couple feet, but having the advantage because Greg was coming at the hole sideways, never an automatic read on the Corona Vista greens. Tommy squatted down and carefully placed his ball in front of his coin. He gave it 3 slow twists as if he were screwing in a fragile light bulb. Finally, he pulled the coin away and stood up, licking his upper teeth under closed lips. He settled in carefully, like a nesting mother bird. An exhale, his hands gently forming the claw grip. A practice stroke, then the real thing. A smooth push through, the ball running up toward the left side, now dying beautifully, then a tantalizing trickle to the right, and falling in over the left center lip to rattle around the bottom of the cup. "Highlight fucking reel," Tommy said, pumping his fist. Steve and Jaime nodded their heads. Jaime added, "He's on fire today. Think you can keep up, Greggy?" Greg tapped at the green with the bottom of his putter. "Nice one," he said flatly, giving Tommy a quick look as he reached down and placed his ball. Greg had sized up his putt from multiple angles. It looked like it was perfectly straight from behind, but from the other side it felt like it wanted to roll a hair to the left. Was this because he was right-handed or because the green naturally flowed back down in that direction? This was no time to overthink things. Trust the read that said more break and live with the result. Better to see how it rolled out because even if you missed, the event would be filed away in that embarrassingly large portion of the brain devoted to storing golf data. He leaned over and removed his marker, then gave the putt one last steady look. The choice was between aiming one ball above the hole and hitting softly, or targeting the right edge with a firmer stroke. He did not want to send it past and risk a 3-putt, not with the peanut gallery watching and another lost hole on the line. It was time to reinterpret Tommy's artistic putt with a little flair of his own. Greg, committed to the stroke, stepped in and came to rest. No practice swing this time. Now, smooth back and through just to get it moving. A gentle roll in the complete silence of the moment. Ball above and looking too slow. Will it even get there? Crawling, choking, reaching out for water in the desert. Thinking about it, trying to take a peek, still scooting, final steps, looking into the hole now, gasping, wheezing, out of breath, dying, dead, collapsing with a sigh left onto the lip and down and in. "Birdie, birdie, birdie!" "Woo!" Steve shouted. "Holy shit!" Jaime said with admiration. "That was beautiful!" Greg gave Tommy a hard look. Tommy raised his eyebrows, saying, "Okay then. Money stays on the table. Good bird, Mr. Layup. Greg didn't care one bit about the dig. The scorecard would say 4, and it didn't matter what the journey looked like. Bird patrol indeed. The 4 men took up their bags and walked over to the next tee box. Tommy retained honors on account of Greg's previous bogey. As he stepped up to the tee, Greg said loudly to the others, "This is a tricky hole. I hope he knows what he's doing hitting driver." Tommy turned back, pointing the bulbous head of his club at Greg. "Just remember," he said, "you invoked that negativity, not me. The golf gods hear everything. Law of attraction and shit. So don't complain when you're the one who goes OB." Tommy launched a straight ball onto the center of the fairway and strutted off the tee box. Greg couldn't resist a smile. The battle raged on. Chapter 7. Cleaning House. Greg showed up at the house unannounced. He knocked and sent texts for 5 minutes. Nick finally opened the door and squinted out at him. "Oh, hey, Dad." "Good morning," Greg said. "Or should I say good afternoon?" "I don't know. What's going on?" "Open up. Let me come in and sit down." "Really? Does Mom know about this?" "It's fine. Now move." Nick swung the heavy wooden door back and stepped aside as Greg entered the house. He pulled up his sagging flannel pajama pants, then tried to flatten his wild bedhead. "Do you have coffee here?" Greg asked. "Maybe," Nick said. "I guess." "Well, let's hope so, because I've already had a long morning. Want a cup?" "Sure." Greg poked around the kitchen cabinets and gathered the coffee supplies. He saw Nick slouch into a dining chair while he filled the pot with water. "So," Greg said, "what's the plan for today?" Nick grunted. He was leaning his face against his hand and had closed his eyes. He exhaled. "Take a shower, do some internet, and it'll be game time. Jump on the network, see who's playing." The first drops of coffee pattered against the bottom of the pot. Up above, the guts of the machine were beginning to bristle and purr. Greg said, "What time does that take you to?" "Late," Nick said. "There's new rounds starting pretty much all night." So, no gym? No looking for jobs? What about signing up for classes?" "Oh," Nick said softly. "Mom does know you're here. Can you maybe at least help out with some chores? Jesus Christ, look at that yard." Greg stepped away from the sink to the sliding glass door. "Nick, you've got patches of wild grass growing all over the place. Pile of something gross next to the bushes, leaves everywhere. Why don't you at least get out there and sweep that shit up?" "I'll get around to it at some point." Greg took 2 coffee mugs off hooks from under one of the cabinets. He gathered the sugar and spoons and took a bottle of creamer out of the fridge. He looked over at the coffee maker. Another minute and it would be done brewing. "I've got a better idea," he said. "Let's take these coffees outside and bang out the yard together. It'll take half the time and might get your mother off your back. Hell, don't even tell her I helped you. Sound like a fair deal?" "Yeah, okay," Nick said. He stood up and started scooping sugar into his mug. "Great. Let me throw on a change of clothes from my car and we'll get started. You, put on your sneakers and grab the tools. Meet you out back." For the first little while, they worked in silence. Nick was gingerly waving a broom at the slate walkway. Greg felt invigorated to be out there raking and scooping thick clumps of moist vegetation into the organic waste bin. He looked up at the hot sun filtering through the eucalyptus branches and smiled. "Hey, look alive over there," he called out playfully. "You trying to avoid killing any ants while you sweep?" "No," Nick said. "I just don't really know what I'm supposed to be doing. Stuff's just gonna blow right back later." "Come here, let me show you." Greg marched over and took hold of the broom. He made 3 powerful sweeps that pushed the dead grass and leaves down toward a section of concrete that connected to the back of the house. "Now we're going to make a big pile right here, gather it all in the middle, and then scoop it up. Where's the dustpan?" "I couldn't find it. Should I go look inside again?" "No, I don't want you disappearing on me. We'll just use the rake. Put your gloves on already. Let's go." You can't do this shit barehanded.
Nick took the blue-gray work gloves out of his pocket and slowly slipped his hands inside.
And besides, Greg said with a laugh, we gotta protect your fingertips for the game controllers, am I right?
Greg stood watch and offered suggestions on technique while Nick grappled with the rake as dustpan method. At one point, Nick got a few of the rake's teeth caught in his waistband, which caused some of the debris to fall down his pants. "This sucks," he muttered, slowly shaking the leaves and dirt out the bottom of his pant legs. Greg picked up his coffee mug from on top of the grill. "A lot of things suck, Nicky, but you have to do 'em anyway. You know, I'd rather be at the golf course right now. Beautiful Saturday like this. Sounds like you're already up there a lot, from what Mom says. You could join me. I'm paying for the family membership so you and Peter can play anytime you want." "I don't know. I guess." "Hey, what's got into you? A couple years ago, you were flying high on the golf team, shooting low and heading off to college. Now look at you. What the hell's going on?" Nick set the rake down and took off his gloves. "It's not as simple as that," he said. "Everything got confusing. Explain it to me. I'm listening, really. Help me understand. I mean, I've already told some of this stuff to Mom, so, well, I'm not your mother. Give me a chance here." "All right," Nick said. He looked down into his coffee mug. "It was all so different from high school." "How so?" "Like, it wasn't just about studying for tests or grades. The first week I had to go to all these meetings about date rape and sexual harassment. Some of the girls there were wearing yoga pants. I mean, what the hell?" "Okay," Greg said. "That's weird. Go on." "And then, in some of my classes, out of nowhere, the professor would say something about white privilege or toxic masculinity. I don't know what that had to do with math." "Did you ever ask the teachers what they meant?" "No. I mean, it's like, it wasn't just them. Posters on the walls, in the commons, people in purple t-shirts would just come up to you and start talking about domestic violence against women. This stuff was everywhere." "So what, you just checked out? Did you talk about this with the other guys you knew?" "It's not like that. We just hung out, played video games. No one bothers you when you're gaming." "So, killing dragons, World War II stuff. No one there is telling you not to rape?" Nick gave a little smile. "Yeah." "Okay, but does that mean you weren't able to study at all? I know your grades in high school weren't great, but 1 year and you flunked half your classes. Help me understand." "It's just, everything was so new. It was really cold. I told you you weren't ready for a real winter. Spoiled SoCal boy living out in Indiana. I know. There was so much wind and snow. It never ended. I was stuck inside forever. It sucked." "So you didn't go to the gym? There's your 25 pounds. Did you stop going to your classes too?" Nick looked away. "Okay," Greg said firmly. "I think I get the picture. You gotta listen to me now, and don't get defensive. I'm not mad at you. Got it?" "All right," Nick said, nodding slowly. "You just couldn't handle being on your own unsupervised. I get it. You're young. And maybe a lot of it's my fault for not being around enough. I don't know. But your mom, she always made it so hard for... You know what? No excuses. You or me. We gotta move forward. No more looking back. A team. Nick, you in?" "I'll try. I don't know what to do, though. Let's just get you started doing something. A year's gone by since you got back, and there's nothing to show for it. I'm going to give you assignments every week, and you've got to do them. You understand?" "Like what?" "Like signing up for 2 classes. Any subject. I don't care. Going for runs. Keeping a schedule every day. Which means a hard limit on game time." "Aw, come on. Listen to yourself, Nick. You're a college dropout. How many hours a day are you playing right now?" "Well, it's not much in the day. We mostly play at night. You know what I mean. Why are you being cute? I'm trying to help you out here." "Like, a lot? All evening? All night? I don't know." "Well, that's got to stop.
I don't know how to enforce it because your mother's a pushover, but maybe I'll get you to stay with me a few nights. Isn't that golfer girl living with you? Mom hates her. They've never even met each other. But yes, Karla and I are together, for now. The point is, we all have to start making changes for your sake. Damn, you make it sound like I'm a lost cause. I'm not saying that, bud. But time is of the essence. When was the last time you played a round of golf? Whenever you and I played at the club. That was at least 3 months ago. Nick, do you see why your mother and I are concerned? You don't even want to play golf anymore. Life cannot only be about video games. I'm really good, though. All the other stuff, it's a lot harder than before. Greg put his hand on Nick's shoulder. I know it is, he said. But the dirty little secret is that it all keeps building on itself. Life gets more complicated over time. That's why we have to get you back on track right now. Otherwise, you're going to fall too far behind. How do I start again? First off, I don't want you feeling bad about yourself. You are a natural talent as a golfer. Let's get you back on the course every week. Start playing some good golf. Wake up the senses one by one. Yeah, okay. Then, when we're out there, we can talk about making real plans for everything else. Sound good? I'll try. Okay, but you have to meet me halfway on making an effort. I can't do it all myself. Deal? All right, Dad. Deal. I love you. Don't get too down when I ride you, okay? I just want to see you succeed. Yeah. Good. Now pick up that rake and let's finish cleaning this place up. I don't want to be here when your mother gets home from the stables. Yeah, me neither. Greg smiled. Well, permission to hide in the game room is granted. Nick put the gloves on and got back to work. Chapter 8. The Startup. To the Frustrated Paralegals Club. The three men raised their beers and toasted. Walt, who had made the proclamation, drank half his pint in several rapid gulps. Greg raised his eyebrows. He said, Are you feeling especially frustrated today? Walt dabbed at his mustache with a bar napkin. You could say that. I swear to God, sometimes I think I'm the only person who does any work in my office. Here's the deal, Dan said, as he fiddled with the coaster. Our world is like poker. If you don't know who the sucker is, that means it's you. So, yeah, we're the ones always left holding the stack of papers. Walt thumped the butt of his fist against the tabletop. We gotta pass that goddamn test. Not that I don't love you guys and our happy hour tradition, but this shit's getting old. We're getting old, Greg muttered. 50 is already in my rearview mirror. What good would it do me to pass the bar now, honestly? Don't gimme that, Dan said. There's always work to be had. Make the hourly rate you're supposed to for once. And work less, Walt very nearly screamed. He added, Because, at my firm even junior partners make way more than me and they do jack shit. All they're good for is buttering up the clients. But the actual work falls into my fucking lap or the secretary's if I'm lucky. Greg sipped his beer, then said, But your bosses can't be that dumb. They've got to be making money. The old man at the top is fucking clueless. This ain't 1970s law anymore. The whole industry has changed and he's asleep. I try to tell the other lawyers, but they just shrug their shoulders. They can't recognize genius when they see it. Because I have the wrong job title. God damn it! Walt slowly cooled off in the silence that followed. Greg was glad the pump was already so loud that no one gave them any particular notice. Man, Dan said, we gotta think of something. Remember a while back when Shapiro started LegalZoom? What's gonna be the next thing like that? I wish I knew, Greg said with a shrug. My older son Peter seems to think the future is all tied into blockchain, but hell if I understand what he's talking about. Dan nodded his head. Like Bitcoin? Yeah, probably. He's been putting his extra savings into stuff I've never heard of. He says guys are developing actual products you can use, so it's not just about... What are they called? Cryptocurrencies. However that all works. Hey, Walt said. Don't leave me behind, guys. I don't know about any of this shit, but if the kids are doing it, maybe we can get on board. And do what? Greg asked. You just said they're using it for other things besides those currencies. We know the law. Together, maybe we could scrape up a little money. Let's see if there's an opportunity, that's all I'm saying. Dan looked around the table. He chuckled. You know, this might work. Walt, you have the blind enthusiasm. Greg, your son is tapped in. And me? Well, I'm the brains. The table erupted in a volley of protest and laughter. Greg waved his finger in a circle to order another pitcher as the waitress passed their table. Okay, let's not get too excited, Dan said. Greg, you talk to your son, see what he actually knows about this blockchain business. I'll do a little research and see what other apps are being developed for it on the legal side. Apps, Walt said proudly. I know what those are. Yeah, me too, Greg added with a touch of sarcasm. He cleared some space on the table as the new pitcher arrived. Dan waited for the waitress to leave before adding, Walter, it's not the same thing as what's on your phone. But don't overthink it. Just consider how your knowledge of the law can merge with what the geeky kids are designing. Walt closed his eyes. While tapping his fingers against his lips, he mumbled, computers, law books, judges' robes, affidavits. He reached for his pint glass and drank. DocuSign, PDFs, overnight delivery. I got it, Dan proclaimed. Walt, you disgruntled genius. We should start our own crypto-based document service. No more ridiculous fees, no more relying on glitchy software or emails getting lost or files being intercepted on a public network. As Dan guzzled half his beer, Greg said, Sounds good to me. The part about you guys being excited, at least. But I don't understand the rest. Shut up, Walt said, and just give him all your money. He's the brains here, remember? We're merely the... what again? Dan snapped his fingers and said, The ugly muses who are going to ride my brilliant coattails to blockchain bliss. Or hopefully no more day job, at least. Does this mean I can keep putting off studying for the bar? Greg asked. One step at a time, cowboy. All we have is an idea. We got no code, no capital, no plan. Well, Walt said, what is the plan? Simple, Dan said. Keep your mouth shut, go to work, and I'll see if this might actually fill a niche. Greg raised his hand. So, don't talk to my son then? No, you can, but be vague, act dumb. Just see what he knows in the general sense. Shouldn't be hard. He already thinks I'm a complete idiot. No offense, but, you're a paralegal. Dan and Walt burst out laughing. Yeah. Greg crumpled a dirty napkin and tossed it onto the table. Pair of something. Pair of jokers, you two. Say, Beth, Walt called out to the waitress, who was almost nearby. Another round here, please. We're drinking fast. Plus a shot of Patron Silver for old man Greg here. The shapely woman wearing green suspenders over a white t-shirt came to the table. Oh yeah? What's the occasion? I don't need anything extra, Greg said. Come on, Dan retorted. It's because he's a grumpy wannabe millionaire. Beth patted Greg on the shoulder. Cheer up. You're in good company. Everybody in this bar wishes they had enough dough not to have to come here anymore. Oh, that's not true, Walt pleaded. We love you too much. Shush, you. So, Greg, yes or no on the tequila? Greg waved a hand but smiled. I'm fine. Just the beer. Let's hold off on the shots until we actually make some progress on something. Call it the file project or whatever. Suit yourself, Dan said. He followed Beth with his eyes. My God, does she have a body? Eyes on the prize, Walt added. Are eyes on the thighs? That is the question. Greg burped and said, She doesn't need to develop any apps to get ahead. God developed her just right. Amen to that. As the trio raised their near-empty glasses, Dan said, We've still got life in us yet, fellas. Just be patient. Let's see what we can cook up on the sly. Walt smiled. Here's to the cabal. Here's to the file project. Chapter 9. Going Rogue. Later that night, as Greg pulled into his parking space at the apartment complex, he noticed there was a large scratch on the rear passenger side door of the silver Mercedes next to him. It was one of those cars that had perpetual dealer plates, with this one saying Platinum Auto Style in some futuristic font. He squatted down and inspected the damage. A real shiner. It looked like the work of a parking structure column that had been taken on at a lazy angle. Greg was curious what the owners of such cars said to the police when they got into accidents. But this was Southern California. There was always some plausible excuse you could give as to why you had been driving a car for 2 years without getting a set of proper license plates from the DMV. Greg knew that his friends back east would never believe the scale or scope of what could best be called the soft lawlessness that ran rampant out here. Old couches discarded on sidewalks, even in wealthy neighborhoods. The excessive speeding on both freeways and city streets, with rarely a cop in sight. The tipsy driving at all hours of the day and night. People faking anxiety issues so that they could have a dog at pet-free apartment complexes. Or being the doctor who signed off on the scam to make some extra cash. Because L.A. was all about the flow. A place for everyone to do their own thing. Maybe a bit similar to New York City in that regard, but out here, everything was wide open. Endless highways, a million buildings sprawling in every direction, and no one riding your ass. Greg shuddered instinctively every time he thought back on the times he'd seen a gray-clad Virginia State trooper who had pulled someone over. Standing imposingly on the side of a perfectly maintained highway blacktop, his wide-brimmed hat tilted down low, and lecturing the offending driver about going 8 miles over the speed limit. 8. Ha! Greg would rather live out here on the edge of chaos than be subjected to that paranoid existence. L.A.'s cracked and faded freeways, which looked like a shoreline warped by the receding tide. Rows of homeless addicts' tents that sat just around the corner from where women in high heels carrying $1,000 purses shopped at boutiques. California, former marvel of the world, now diminished and rattier, but still a place that offered hope to a diverse group of dreamers. It was a modern-day Ellis Island, without the quarantines or any real sense of order, where the vain and the reckless from across America flowed past the mishmash of foreigners who had somehow made their way here without getting caught, or caught lately. Being a 9-to-5er who'd moved out west with no artistic dreams of his own, Greg wasn't privy to the secret of how it all functioned without falling into anarchy. He hid away in the suburbs while cocaine-snorting rock drummers lived side by side with Mexican laborers who had their girlfriend's name tattooed in flowing cursive. Maybe it was the weather. Maybe the primal urge to kill each other took a backseat to never spending another winter in Illinois, Korea, or Armenia. Maybe it was worth paying obscene rent prices, if it also meant a chance at getting discovered while playing a show on the Sunset Strip, or for the ability to feed your children more in a month than you had eaten all year back home in the third world. But it was all only so lawless up to a point. You could careen wildly for years, buying hard drugs, getting hand jobs from masseuses, putting additions onto your house without permits or hiring licensed contractors. Until one day the system caught hold of you for the most trivial thing, and it wouldn't let go before extracting every last cent you were good for. Parking tickets on street sweeping day, property tax increases, paperwork mistakes that took years to resolve, business loans that never quite got paid off, decades-old student debt with statements arriving every month like clockwork. A fender bender, which revealed how those insurance company spokespeople, so helpful and cheery on TV, were actually lying sacks of shit when you didn't get reimbursed because of a technicality. Just one pinprick, and the bureaucracy, which was more barnacle than boat at this point, would come surging towards you, unremitting and inexorable. It was a stickler about receiving on-time payments and documents from you, but impossibly obtuse and Byzantine should you ever seek recourse for its own mistakes. A true Kafka maze ruled by the holy trinity of laziness, language barriers,
and technological incompetence. But even for a guy like Greg, who had been through the ringer of life, nothing could push him far enough to just check out and go live on some Costa Rican beach. Not when that sun was always shining, not with all the gorgeous beaches and beautiful women standing on every corner. The best of that SoCal feeling really was something you wished you could bottle. It was driving with all the windows down along a one-lane road, feeling a little buzzed and singing along to Dire Straits while cruising through the night. The whole time knowing that a horny young thing was waiting for you at home, wearing nothing but a bra and panties. He'd call the scent Angelino Rogue and stick it on department store counters from coast to coast. Sell the dream of lawlessness to anyone who didn't have the money or the balls to uproot their lives and move out west, where fame and fortune waited around the next bend, or a lawsuit, or a swipe. Yeah, make millions selling yourself. Then you'd never have to bother learning about blockchain. Chapter 10. Safe Harbor. Greg called Peter excitedly. "Guess who's coming to town next month?" "I don't know," Peter said. "Grandma and Papa?" "Nope, the Cubs." "Oh, that's cool." "And," Greg virtually sang, "someone got 2 box seats from his office." "Okay." "What, you don't want to go?" "I don't know. Dodgers are boring." No, Greg said, grabbing hold of his hair with his free hand. "They're playing the Angels. Interleague, baby." Peter said after a pause. "I mean, that's cool, but if you have someone else who wants to go..." "Pete, are you serious? Your 2 favorite teams going head-to-head and will be VIP at the stadium. But you're maybe gonna pass?" "I don't know, Dad. I don't really follow baseball anymore." "What? You love baseball." "I know. It's just, I'm doing other stuff these days. Work is really busy. You can't take one night off from all that shit and catch a game with your pops?" "Let me think about it," Peter said. "All right. Well, the game's on the 8th. That's a Thursday. I'd appreciate it if you let me know by the end of the month in case I have to give the tickets back. You know, give the office time to hand them off to somebody else." Yeah, sure. Just picture it. We could take the train down, grab a beer and something to eat before the game. They've got good restaurants down there in Anaheim, remember?" "Sort of. I only got hamburgers when I was a kid." "But now you're a man. I'll buy you a tall, cold one. Hey, what kind of beers are you drinking these days?" "Whatever I can afford." "Oh, don't give me that line," Greg said with a laugh. "Even the cheap stuff now is some kind of IPA. Hell, you can buy Guinness in a can. Pete, back in my day, we didn't have all these fancy choices. If we were lucky..." "Dad, I know. My generation is just so spoiled. I'll drink a Bud Light with you. How's that?" "Oh, so you're going now. Good. I didn't say that." "Okay, bud. I know you've got a lot going on. Don't leave me hanging either way, but I'd love to make a night of it with you." "Yeah, Dad. Talk to you soon." Greg hung up. He looked at the tickets sitting on the desk. Just 10 minutes earlier, he had been so excited, fanning them out in his fingers and imagining Peter's thrill about seeing the Cubs and Angels. But Peter wasn't a boy anymore. His days of playing baseball and collecting baseball cards were over, as was going to an actual game, apparently. Greg grumbled and put the tickets into his desk drawer. He knew he shouldn't be impatient with Peter. The kid was out of school and taking on the big bad world now. It was no small task switching from classroom theory into a day job which had real consequences, not to mention bills. "Bills," Greg muttered to himself. "Fucking never-ending bills." On paper, via email, and worst of all, automatic withdrawal, where the only notification was the perplexed look on your own face when staring at a disturbingly low bank balance. It was an expression that said, "How could I have so little to show for all that work I just did?" And yet this ugly truth didn't lead to adopting a more frugal lifestyle either.
Instead, the inner voice started to rationalize away other expenses, the little vices that it took to get through work weeks that played out like a bad TV rerun looping over and over. Golf was Greg's major weakness, of course, but floating in its orbit was all the booze, bar food, and gambling losses, plus a little pot to keep Karla happy, and also maybe a dozen golf balls, because Titleist released another new variation of the Pro V1, so what was a 9 handicapper supposed to do? On a whim, Greg opened the drawer into which he dropped the baseball tickets. Yes, there was a golf ball rolling around in there. He picked it up and inspected the label. Pro V1X. Was he playing these right now? Probably. Although by the end of half the rounds, he and his buddies were so drunk that in the case of a lost golf ball, they'd be as likely to start using one of the random balls they'd picked up out of shallow water. Greg dropped the Pro V1X back into the drawer. He saw that there were 2 T's in there as well. He began to wonder if the disorder of his personal life was manifesting itself in how golf had taken over his mind. Losing sleep thinking about how to play better. Obsessing while in traffic about finally hitting a proper tee shot on the hole that turned to the right after a left-angled drive. Even doing all that Golf Channel visualizing nonsense at the practice range, props included. But then, while out on the course, the golf gods just sat back and watched the foibles of a man who couldn't get his affairs in order unfold. Greg losing his cool after making a mess of an easy par 5, letting a stupid text message get into his head right before trying to hit an easy bump and run, which instead turned into a chunk and thud, and ultimately throwing cash at the cart girl for alcoholic relief. Once those little airline bottles of liquor began to flow, on top of sips from whoever's flask was full, that's when a round of mediocre play in perfect weather conditions could spiral into a grotesque reflection of your adult years, which could only be looked back upon as an endless series of unforced errors. Then you couldn't blame losing the last Nassau bet on being too tipsy to know better than to play a cheap pinnacle you'd found earlier, all because you were too afraid of shanking one of your precious Pro Vs into the water. That feeling of failure was on you, in a deep, primal kind of way. And yet no outside observer, perhaps one of the Central Americans who mowed lawns in the surrounding neighborhood as he gazed upon Greg's course with an envy that could never be fulfilled. If he could look inside the mind of a golfer, he would never believe the madness he saw. That a man playing a leisurely game on an oasis could feel such a heavy weight of dread down in his stomach. That the memories of mistakes made 20 years ago could skitter across your mind and disrupt your backswing. Or that despite finding people with similar lifestyles and even becoming great friends, you could still feel such incredible loneliness. But it was all there. For Greg, it was as if the grief that had compounded over the many years of eating divorce crow never finally dissipated after making his final payment. Instead, that sewage had absorbed into the soil, marinated, patiently waited to infect an unsuspecting, pleasant moment with this painful whisper. Your life had been wasted and you could never hide from that truth, not even here at your fancy clubhouse on the hill. In that moment, when the veneer was stripped bare, Greg didn't care about his golf swing or who he was sleeping with or how much he was being underpaid. He had 2 sons and was deathly afraid of losing his connection with them. Even now, while recognizing it as a sappy, nostalgic emotion, Greg felt almost paralyzed, knowing that Peter was not likely to go to that baseball game with him. And for some reason, he desperately wanted to spend that night out together, father and son at the ballpark, because there was just something about that game that put life in beautiful perspective. Greg remembered how, on summer weekends when he had custody of the boys, Peter would take the rubber-banded stack of baseball cards he'd brought over and arrange them on the floor in front of the TV. All the Angels players, plus the other superstars from around the league he liked. The boy would flip a card over and recite an Angel batter's stats, then try to predict which base he would most likely end up on if he got a hit. Even back then, the kid was thinking on a higher level. No wonder he's working in tech. Greg had collected baseball cards in his day, too, mid to late 70s. Lots of great ball players with real personality back then. Mike Schmidt, George Brett, Nolan Ryan, and the guys with classic nicknames, too. Goose, Yaz, Catfish. It was a nice little collection, stored in a couple of shoe boxes he kept under the bed. Nothing fancy, like the binders or hard plastic cases that had come into favor in later years. Baseball cards weren't an investment back then. You engaged with them, lived and breathed with them. So what if you creased a corner holding onto Dale Murphy's card while hoping he got a home run? And that's why Greg liked how Peter made use of his own cards, wore them out, got them dirty, left them on the floor in a big square pattern before being trampled by Nick in one of his wild moments, as if there was something about life that Peter would absorb from the corny smiles and action shots on the glossy front side. But it wasn't just the baseball cards themselves Greg was now coming to see. It was all aspects of the game that made it so captivating. The deliberate pacing, the nuanced rules, and your own understanding of them. You could get real insight into another man based on how he saw the game, as if it were a reflection of his own intelligence and worldview. Baseball was a game that taught boys about the boundaries of life, how going sideways earned you nothing, but soaring forward over the wall was what brought you the glory. There was teamwork, strategy, and those moments when it was you alone versus the pitcher, each of you grappling with your own thoughts during the showdown. And then, one day, sometime during adolescence, your focus shifted away from this game that was challenging but always made so much sense, and instead you began chasing girls. An endless riddle that defied logic because the rules changed at random, where wins seemed like flukes you had stumbled into rather than achieved, and which never carried over to the next play. Even if you kept watching baseball during all these years caught up in the business of life, school, hobbies, family, work, you never watched the game with the same simple intimacy as when you were an innocent boy. But maybe it waited for you to come around again, leaving a door open to reconnect when you were older, calmer, done with distractions, and had, if not satisfied your desires, at least gone beyond them, because you were finally able to set greed and lust aside. Then your mind could really take in this chess match out on the diamond. Even now, in middle age, Greg saw how it could be an important bookend on a man's life. Returning to a place well worn by your own feet decades ago, when they were much smaller and without the calluses of so many miles. Embracing the calm flow of America's pastime after a life spent in the trenches. You had participated. You dove in and battled the sharks. You made the charge over the top. It was of no importance that you didn't get rich or famous, or even maintain an intact home, apparently. What mattered was that you played and left it all out on the field, including your intestines, as it sometimes felt like after the worst defeats. Maybe baseball and golf, sports so dependent on rules and played as a process rather than on the clock. Maybe these were the great soothing elixirs for an aging man's mind. An effervescent dreamland, a bulwark against chaos, a wide-open space in nature where generations of men could gather in safety. To teach fundamental skills, tell stories of when I played the game, to marvel at the youngsters bounding around the field, their joys so pure and simple, their tears heartfelt but not weighed down by any of the real grief that would come later. Greg thanked God that he had been there for Peter and Nick's practices and games. As cruel as the whole arc of those years had been, at least he wasn't denied being allowed to teach the boys how to throw a proper curveball. He had been there when each of them got their first hole-in-one, too. Greg suddenly got an idea. He would try to get them all together for a round of golf, maybe twilight up at the club, so that they could take their time and really savor it. That would be the best. And Greg promised himself that he wouldn't press too hard, especially Nick. No need to ride the kid. There was no timetable pressure now, no impending graduation or career track waiting for his arrival. No, Greg would really get to know Nick and help guide him into being a confident man. As for Peter, it was only fair for the older son to be resentful. He'd taken the brunt of the divorce, was always more aware of what was going on than Nick. Funny that he was the one who had his life together. Greg admired Peter's ability to turn all that frustration into such sharpness of mind. If being distant was what fueled him to keep kicking ass out in the world at age 23, Greg was all for it. He could stomach the evasion, the thinly veiled contempt. He would patiently make inroads over time, especially remembering how long it took to make peace with his own father. And there it was, another bookend. The decades-long death march of trying to please all women, which was somehow rooted in the need for mommy's praise, but in the end, it was Dad who waited patiently for you to come around. He could stomach being the butt of your jokes, of your brushing off his advice, because he knew that life would inevitably knock you around until you too landed in the same humbled headspace one day. And all the while he admired how brash you were to naively believe that you were different, that you led a charmed life where it would all work out perfectly. It didn't matter when your plans turned to nothing, or that you had lived in denial chasing the dream for far too long. Because what you got instead, that wisdom beyond words, didn't come with championships. It couldn't be purchased, and no man could pretend his way into possessing it. You had to be wounded again and again to receive it. Get back up and charge onward, over here and now there, and die once more. The only way out was indeed through, as your blood and tears seeped down into the soil of life, your bright eyes filling with despair and the shell shock of 1,000 different defeats, which was maybe why old men saw ball fields as holy ground, the place where memories of their own distant wins and losses merged with those of the generations that came after. To know that thousands of boys also tried to steal the very same second base that you had. This was profoundly satisfying. And seeing your sons look up into the sky hoping for a soft landing on the green, that too was a safe harbor for the soul after years fraught with sleepless nights. Yes, Greg would get the boys out on the links and it would be like old times, but better. They were grown up now, men on the same level as him, and yet still so young that they all had decades of great golf memories to share together. A father and his sons, standing on the first tee at Corona Vista and about to go off. It was going to be magic. Chapter 11. Restless. Greg was killing time at his desk waiting for Marcy Portnoy to arrive. Just the next round of formalities as the firm tried to unravel her late father's large estate. His phone buzzed. It was a text from Robin. Thank you. 2 more bubbles popped up before Greg could respond. Nick has been getting up earlier and jogging around the neighborhood. Also, do you think Glendale or LACC campus would be best for him to take classes? Greg swiped in to reply. Glad I could help get him off his butt, he typed, and sent. Whatever school starts a new term first, let's not waste time. I agree, Robin wrote back. Did you get the money okay? Yes, thanks. Greg waited to see if she had anything more to say. In the meantime, he opened one of the dating apps he'd reactivated after Karla once drunkenly admitted that she thought they might be headed for another breakup. She had also received several small gifts from one of her male golf students without trying to hide the fact from Greg, so he felt no guilt now about browsing the singles market again. He swiped through his new matches, mostly women in their 40s, some with kids, some not. Their photos gave proof of how much fun they were and that they also happened to enjoy traveling to exotic locations. Greg was pretty sure that these sunset poses and mid-air Eiffel Tower jumps had in fact been snapped by their exes, which made him chuckle because the state of his own finances ensured that there would be no such photo-op-worthy vacations taken on his dime. A few matches in their late 20s and early 30s appeared. He always set the age threshold low just to see what might turn up, and he instantly swiped yes on them all. Next, Greg checked his messages. There was a new reply from Daphne, but it was just a disinterested one-word answer to the last question he had asked. This was now the third time she had responded without substance or bothering to ask about his life. He flipped through her profile pictures again. Bronzed hair down to the shoulders and incredible breasts that cascaded out of a low-cut black top, and then mentally budgeted 2 additional exchanges before giving up the chase. Angela, meanwhile, had sent him 3 messages of paragraph length since they'd last interacted in real time 2 nights ago. Each note was more eager than the last. Greg looked over her stats again. She claimed to be 46, but close inspection of the last 2 pictures in her profile made him suspicious. He sent off a short reply that was more rebuff than flirtation, figuring that now she'd either delete their match or jump right into bed with him. He left the app and was about to tap into another when he heard an email notification ring in his computer. It was from Francis, the secretary, and said, "Mr. and Mrs. Portnoy are here. Look alive." Greg put his phone away with a groan. Whenever both Portnoys showed up, they bickered to the point that parsing out her father's assets also doubled as a marriage counseling session. Greg cursed whoever set the appointment for so late in the day. He'd be lucky to get in 5 holes of golf after fighting through traffic. Worst case, he'd end up drinking over at the driving range, then maybe go work on his putts. Because no one ever thought to practice on the green while tipsy, although in real life, that's how you played half the time. As he watched Marcy Portnoy round the corner into his office with slouching husband Ed in tow, Greg smiled serenely. He would patiently officiate their drama, then suck down an 8% beer as the sun set. It wasn't the worst backup plan he'd ever come up with. Traffic out of the west side was ugly. Just getting onto the 405 North took nearly half an hour. Then there was the agonizing crawl of too many cars trying to merge into not enough lanes, some of which ended inexplicably before reappearing a few hundred yards up ahead. The tiny, smart car in front of Greg puttered along too slowly and left just enough of a gap between it and the next car ahead, so that seemingly every minute another vehicle slipped in. Greg felt his hands slowly tighten around the steering wheel into a death grip after each new interloper entered his lane. At last, things began to open up in the Sepulveda Pass, that winding portion of the freeway that ran up into the San Fernando Valley. Greg gunned his 4Runner left, and as he passed the smart car, glanced over to see who the driver was, and thus subconsciously adding to his cache of mental notes about who drove what and how they drove it. Because, combined, all of these bits of knowledge meant a lane gained here, seconds saved there, and finally a quick surge up through the break in traffic until you hit the next logjam, where you craned your neck in exasperation while trying to identify the culprit who was holding up the lane now, and always scanning for your opportunity to get through. For Greg, every minute saved on the road meant another minute spent out on the course, or at the clubhouse bar, so he kept pushing hard up the hill. After reaching the crest, he scooted left beside the carpool lane, then began the rapid descent overlooking the magnificent San Fernando Valley. Down that 2-mile stretch he zipped, passing the 101 interchange and making another aggressive run. One more sudden crush of vehicles north of Roscoe Boulevard. Then it would be smooth sailing to the 118 freeway and on up to Corona Vista. Greg set his bag down and said, "Howdy, partner." Jaime turned around and smiled. "Hey, bud, you gonna hit some balls with me?" "And drink this." Greg held up a can of Stone IPA. "Do it to it. I just got done playing 9, trying to get my short irons to spin better now." Greg pulled a few clubs out of his bag and thought about which to hit first. "You coming from the office?" Jaime asked. "Yeah, long day. Actually had to work the whole time, if you can believe it. Those bastards! How did you even survive?" Greg took a practice swing. "By secretly touching myself under the desk and hoping I would see you. And look, fantasies do come true." Jaime smirked. "No wonder you set up behind me, staring at my ass." Greg whacked a ball with his 8-iron.
He watched it land, then scooted another ball out of the trough into place. He inched his feet closer and swung again.
"So," Jaime said, "did you see what your president had to say this morning?"
"Nope."
Greg looked up. "Why is it always my president anyhow? Whatever he's doing sure as hell isn't in my name, amigo." Greg laughed. 2005 just called. I think they want their catchphrases back. Jaime sent a ball sky high. "Doesn't mean I'm wrong, but maybe you like what's going on?" "Ha! You know something? I'm not gonna do what he's making you do." "And what's that?" "You're taking the fucking bait, Jaime." Greg picked up his beer and drank. "Besides, I got bigger problems to deal with than whatever the hell they're talking about on TV. "You?" Jaime asked. "Nah, you got the money to pay for this place. Just keep clocking in at the office, then knock 'em close out here. It's all good, baby." Greg swapped clubs and thumped a ball off the mat. "I don't know, man," he said. "The fact I'm still just clocking in maybe is the problem. I just help 'em shuffle money around. You know, we stick someone's assets in the freezer, hack off a few bites for ourselves along the way, and then one day we really chop it to pieces. Same old story, year after year." "Damn," Jaime said. "But hey, you might want to keep your voice down, Gregory. Some of your fellow professionals belong to this club. Hell, I bet one of them's even drumming up business out on the course right now." Greg took a club out of his bag and inspected the grooves. He looked over at Jaime and said, "Believe me, I know. Can't seem to get away from the legal talk no matter where I go. If they could speak, I bet you even the lizards hanging out by the water hazard would ask for some advice." "Bill 'em," Jaime laughed. "Living rent-free on our golf course. What the hell?" Greg shook his head and surveyed the hundreds of little white dots scattered throughout the range. He thumped his club against the practice mat. "Think back 50, 60 years. You could build a factory right here in SoCal just like that. No studies to see how the lizards would feel about the air quality change. Make a real product that people could hold in their hands. Buy a house, send your kids to a good school, all of it. Hey, now, don't go all old man on me here." "But that's the point, Jimbo. All we got was a taste of it. 20 years ago, we didn't know that was the end, so of course we bought in. Then what happened? .com bust, 9/11, '08 crash. Fucking done. And on top of all that, we had our own domestic troubles." Greg's lips curled into a smile. "What housing crash? I got booted out of my house by the ex, way before that shit happened." Jaime sighed. "We all lost a lot, man. Don't give me your sob story. Every dollar I make gets sliced up too." Greg swung too hard and shanked his ball. "So just shut up and enjoy the view? Keep moving on that treadmill, my friend, because it's a cruel world. And we didn't start the fire. No, sir. That Billy Joel, he knew what was up." Jaime pumped his fist. Greg crumpled his beer can. "I need another, either here or up at the bar. I saw Cesar in there earlier. Maybe it's whiskey time. You know he makes a nice pour for us Latinos," Jaime said with a laugh. Greg started putting his clubs away. "Lead the way, senor." Jaime flashed a smile and popped the collar on his neon green polo shirt. When Greg got to the apartment, he was surprised not to hear the TV. Normally, whenever Karla was home, she would sit on the couch fiddling with her phone while it blared in the background. Greg poked his head into the bedroom. There she was, under the down comforter, leaning on an elbow and tapping her iPhone screen. She looked up and smiled, then threw the covers off to reveal wet brown hair flowing over her completely naked body. "I'm bored," she said, then pulled the comforter back over herself. "Not for long," Greg said. "Give me a minute." He went into the kitchen, kicking off his shoes while pouring himself a whiskey on the rocks. Next, he undid his shorts with his free hand and let them fall away as he moved back toward the bedroom. He set his glass down on a bedside table and pulled off his shirt, then looked down at Karla, who was engrossed in her phone. "What are you doing there?" he asked. He eased under the covers behind her, slipping off his briefs with one hand while caressing her shoulder with the other.
"Oh, just replying to all the new likes."
"Which account is this?"
"My Instagram. I got 30 new follows this week."
Ah, so is Girl on a Mission 99 getting popular?
They love to watch my journey. I am their inspiration.
Greg chuckled and reached back to retrieve his drink. The most interesting woman in the world, and now look at her, lying in bed, wearing nothing. And she's bored.
Hey, you were taking too long wherever you were. But give me that.
She took the whiskey and drank, then set the glass down on her own side table. She tilted her phone up.
See? 2 more likes. And there's a new comment. You are a goddess, he says. Queen of the fountain. It's such a nice picture, too.
Greg scoffed and said, All right, let me see this shit. Karla tapped on the thumbnail. The screen filled with a picture of her holding her arms wide in front of a towering spray.
Yes, she said. Water goddess.
Wow, he said slowly. You really have come a long way, you know that?
How do you mean?
From Croatian country lass to a bona fide Los Angeles personality. I think I should get your autograph.
Whatever. You are such a silly old man sometimes.
Greg scratched his chin. He said, Tell me this then. Do these fans of yours, do they know that at the end of the day, after the photo shoot, you climb into bed with this old man and let me pound you silly all night?
Karla whipped her head back. Don't be mean. Insta makes me feel good. Taking pictures is fun. Look, this one is from today.
Karla enlarged a down-tilting image of herself smiling with a golf club in her hand. Fucking selfies, Greg muttered. Ridiculous.
What? You think I am only one who does this? Millions and millions take them every day. Maybe you should try it, no?
Okay, sure. Where's my phone? Let's take a group selfie right now. Come on, tits out.
Oh, no, I never show that.
Why not? Let's see what your drooling fans have to say when they see the unvarnished truth. No filters, no cropping, just my leathery hand grabbing hold of the fresh meat. He growled into her ear.
My goodness, Greg, sometimes you're so cruel. I just don't know.
You love it.
No, I don't. You're wrong.
And I'll tell you why.
There is no reason.
All those horn dogs online chasing after you like you're some kind of celebrity, none of them are able to tell you no. Karla pursed her lips.
Well, sometimes my post will only get a few likes. That's how I know I took one that is maybe not so good.
I'm not talking about feedback. Greg grabbed her arm and playfully twisted it. I mean, discipline, punishment. She squirmed, pretending to try to pull it away, then laughed when he nibbled at her shoulder. Bad, Karla. Bad girl.
No, I am good girl. Very good.
Sexy, sinful Karla.
Me? What is sinful? I am living life.
The deadly sins. Pride, vanity, lust. Greg ground his hips into her, and she nudged her rump back against him. Should I go on or in? Karla tilted her head and found his mouth, offering a tongue kiss before quickly pulling away.
No, you can't speak. I am the goddess. You must worship me now.
As Greg felt their lower halves fall into rhythm, he brought his hands together softly around her neck. Keep telling yourself that, he whispered. I don't know where you come up with it, but it's some beautiful bullshit. Karla moaned quietly. Her arm fell over the edge of the bed, dropping her phone softly onto the carpet. She brought a hand up to her throat and intertwined her fingers with Greg's. They were done talking. Chapter 12. Lifelines. 2 weeks. Greg read the text. He wrote back, 2 weeks what? First day of class. Excellent news. I'm proud of you. Thanks, Dad. Greg slid his phone away and smiled. Nick was getting his act together after all. He knew the kid had always had a tough time of it, living off in his own head somewhere. Too awkward to fit in, too intense to go with the flow. No one had ever known what to do with him. Maybe all he needed was a little guidance from Dad. Greg thought back on his own early years. He remembered being hounded by teachers, coaches, and chaplains to follow the rules, don't cheat, play fair, do the right thing, especially when no one else was looking. Which was all well and good when living in the vacuum of math tests and youth league basketball games. But when money and prestige were on the line, it was often these idealistic principles that were trampled first. Greg had come to learn that victory, no matter how petty or high the cost, was all that mattered to most people. He certainly never saw anything inspirational happen in the courtroom, not in any of his firm's cases that went to trial, even when they won an unexpected payout for the client, and especially not when it was the salacious details of his own life being ground up and reshaped to fit the picture that Robin's attorneys were painting of him. People who would shake your hand, then lie to the judge about something you did or didn't do in order to shake you down for more money, because they had their own mortgages and vices to pay for, and such brilliant minds had been convinced long ago not to get their hands dirty in careers that built things or healed people. Peter had once snapped that he thought lawyers were part of a big cult and called Greg the biggest hypocrite of all for profiting from it between 9 and 5 only to wear its shackles the other 16 hours of the day. Greg, in that moment, had been unable to explain how the law had first attracted him. But he knew it had something to do with its mystique. The men in sharp business suits, the rows and rows of leather-bound volumes, binders arranged neatly around a polished conference table, the click of your shoes against a courthouse floor, the rousing formalities and bold insistence upon decorum. And one day these people turned their gaze upon Greg, young, impressionable, trained all his life to obey the rules. So, of course, why wouldn't the law be a sensible career path? Especially when certain early life experiences made him perhaps sense that some opposing force was encroaching. Was it chaos, entropy, or simply pragmatism? Because now, saddled with grim hindsight, Greg almost wondered if life was just a test to see how long it took to beat an earnest boy's heart to a pulp and then turn him into a cutthroat animal who lived only for the cravings of the moment. His first glimpse of this incredible notion came a few months after he joined Corona Vista. Those halcyon walks down the fairway seemed to stir dormant parts of his soul back to life. Because after years of carrying the mule pack for others, his only burdens were now a golf bag and the beer in his hand. He soon found that he was looking other people confidently in the eye and genuinely smiling. He could take a full breath without feeling that heavy, hollow weight clutching at him. He could slap a perfect shot out of the sand and just savor it. Because gone was that sense of dread which had encroached upon his every waking thought for so long. It was the unspoken horror of the divorced man, cast out into the street and stripped of all motivation, but still expected to perform while under the watchful eye of the state, paying for your wife, your house, your kids, as if you were actually still married, but getting no sex or even a home-cooked meal. And yet, somehow, Greg had been reborn through this simple game called golf. How else to explain that sinking a 30-foot putt could douse the flames of your spiritual hell? Why was a day out on the links, where you and your friends smoked cheap cigars that never seemed to stay lit, why was this able to heal wounds that none of you even dared discuss? Improbable, nonsensical. But these were the little miracles that Greg witnessed and experienced 18 holes at a time. His pure boyhood essence had been revived in ways that no amount of therapy could hope to achieve. And after the countless slings and arrows that God had forced him to endure, Greg now knew that it wasn't all cruelty and suffering. There was golf, there were friends, there was beer, and these things were good. Your reprieve in a time of need. There had been other lifelines along the way, too, like when one of Greg's favorite songs came on the radio. Hearing Robert Plant and Steven Tyler wail and howl took him back to his own apprehensive first steps, when money was tight, hopes were unfulfilled only because they were untested, and everything still felt like it was possible. Fast forward 25 years, and now maybe the world looked more like a sadder version of the movie Rear Window, where in each apartment you would see a lonely man quietly singing away his troubles in harmony with the rock and roll gods whose voices transcended space and time. It was a remembrance of when the country itself was still optimistic and vital, a place where great artists and great builders alike were allowed to soar, before a dozen spiritual cracks conspired to drag everyone down. This was the exhausted, jaded world that Greg's sons would be inheriting, a generation burdened with too much debt and too much guilt to even think clearly, let alone move mountains. But far be it from him to lecture them on how to face the future, not when he had made such a mess of his own life. Greg was just thankful that he and Robin had been able to motivate Nick to give life another shot. And that's all you can really do. Chapter 13. The Star. Karla settled her feet and put the head of her driver behind the ball. She took a slow, looping swing, then held the pose for a moment. She looked to her right and smiled.
"And this," she said, "is how you correctly set up to hit great drive."
"Cut. Do it again."
"But why? That was good."
Greg shook his head. "Hit a great drive, not hit great drive." Karla thumped her club against the ground.
"These stupid English rules, little words such as da and ah. But who cares?"
"It's okay. Everything else about that take was fine. Come on, do it again."
"Okay, I try to remember."
Karla went through the tee shot sequence twice more, then said,
"We must stop now. I need break. A break. Water or something."
Greg pressed the power button on the tripod-mounted camera. He then opened the small cooler he'd packed and held it out to Karla. She took a bottle of water.
"My goodness," she said, "so tired already."
Greg gave an incredulous laugh. "You sure you want to do this for a living? This is the easy part."
"Of course I do, because then I will be instructing people face to face. But these videos, what, am I actress now too?"
"Hey, I had to take biology for a whole semester, and it had nothing to do with the degree I got. At least this little project is connected to what you're doing." Karla twisted the bottle cap back on and retorted,
"Fine. We keep working then. What's next, cameraman?"
Greg ignored her remark and consulted the shot list. He said, "You got 2 setups left, short chips and bunker play. What do you want to do first?"
"Shit. I don't want to get sand in my hair or on my clothes. Greg, why do I have to do all of this?"
"Jesus Christ, babe, I set this whole goddamn thing up. And that's after you put it off for weeks. I got the gear, wrote half the script, but the one thing I can't do is put on a skirt and be you."
"I know, but this is just no fun."
"That's rich. I think the thousands of pictures on your phone would say otherwise."
"But that's different. This is so awful."
Greg's voice hardened. "Karla, we're going in circles and you're just wasting time. Get yourself together. Please." Karla sighed.
"Okay, but later I will need to smoke."
"Whatever you want. Now come on, let's move over here and do the chip shots first."
"God, that is worst part of my game."
"Doesn't matter. No one's going to see where most of the shots end up. Just hit a bunch and we'll edit it all to make you look your best."
"Thank you, baby."
She walked over and gave Greg a peck on the cheek. "Hey, that's my girl." Greg picked up the tripod and started walking toward the next location. Another hour of this, and he too would probably need to smoke some pot. As he was setting up near a practice green that was used for private instruction, he heard Karla say,
"Are you going to miss me this weekend?"
"What for?" he said. "Weren't you talking about having brunch somewhere?"
"No."
She dropped a cluster of golf balls and began to loosen up.
"Some of the pro class are going to San Diego together. A course down there is letting us play for free."
"I see. When did this come up?" Karla hit a ball.
"I don't know, but I was invited. It will help me network with the others."
"Invited?" Greg looked up from the gear. "By who?"
"Oh, you don't know them." "Are you almost ready? I am warmed up now."
Greg jabbed his finger into the power button, then pressed record once the camera was on. "We're rolling," he said. "Let's see what you got." Karla smiled.
Now we are working on how to chip, because the short game is such an important part of how to lower one's score.
Greg resisted the urge to cut her off. He'd let her butcher the language during the first takes, then correct her when she actually started hitting decent chips. After all the balls had been hit, Karla walked over to the putting surface to retrieve them. Greg admired the back side of her golden legs as she leaned over and her white skirt eased up slightly. Of course she had been invited down to San Diego. Those other aspiring golf professionals, young sharks themselves, probably outnumbered the women 4-1. She was a hot commodity, and she knew it. Ticket to ride and everything. Greg figured that she would only stay in his bed as long as he was helping to advance her mission. Because as clueless as she sometimes acted, he sensed that a part of her subconscious mind was always crunching the numbers, about who could do more for her or give her what she wanted. And so today it was Karla innocently announcing her weekend trip, right after Greg had given up his afternoon to help make her golf professional's demo a reality. And if she was going to be out of town for a few days, just who was expected to edit the footage? He watched her strut back to the chipping spot. An intoxicating woman from head to toe, leading him around by the nose, or balls, to play lover, daddy, worshipper. The carrot, her body, versus the stick, the words that came out of her mouth.
"Ready now?"
she said. Greg just stood there looking at her. After a few seconds, she put her hands on her hips, then said,
"Greg, do you not hear me? It is now time for me to hit."
He maintained his gaze. Sunglasses facing down sunglasses. Nothing in the eyes revealed. "Karla, do you think you could, just one time, say please?" She exhaled impatiently.
"Yes, please. I'm sorry. But now we must go. The sun is moving away."
"Okay, girl," Greg said. "Hit 'em close." He pressed record. Chapter 14. Mover and Shaker. Greg stood waiting on the brick sidewalk near the parking meters. The midday traffic was steady, but not terribly noisy. He saw a nice, restored late 60s Ford Mustang in green cruise past and tracked it down the block. He felt a soft slap on the back. "What's up, Dad?" He turned around. Peter was wearing a gray tie-dye shirt with a giant white tiger head print, cut-off jeans with loose fringes, and yellow flip-flops. Greg said, "You said we were meeting outside your work." "Yeah, I just came down. Why?" "Wearing that?" Yes." Greg smiled, then threw an arm over Peter's shoulders. "And you make more money than your old man, right? Well, thanks for making some time for me. Come on, let's go get something to eat." "Is it cool if we just have coffee? I gotta get back up there pretty soon." "Yeah, sure. Okay. Does that work?" Greg pointed at the coffee bean directly across the street. When Peter made a face, he said, "What's wrong with them?" "Come on." Peter started walking down the block. "There's a better place we all go to." "Okay, lead the way." Greg reached up and loosened his tie. They turned the corner at the end of the block and entered a cozy cafe that Greg had never heard of. He saw a girl whose arms looked like a comic strip doodle pad leaning over the counter and meticulously pouring cream into a heart shape over the top of a huge cappuccino mug. Greg smiled. Of course Peter would prefer this place. He gave him a nudge. "Let me guess, you do some of your best work here. Free Wi-Fi, cheap refills? They don't care how long you stay either. So why not?" They stepped up to the counter. A red-bearded beanpole in black-framed glasses and a snapped jean shirt gave a little wave. "Hi, guys. How are we?" Peter said. "Hey, Russ. Tall cold press, please." "Dad?" Greg glanced at the wall-mounted chalkboard menu. "Just a regular coffee for me." "You got it, sir," Russ said. "Drip or French press?" "Whatever's easy." "Drip it is. Your total is $11.48. For here or to go?" "For here." Greg pulled a credit card out of his wallet. "I got this." "Thanks," Peter said. A few minutes later, after taking their drinks to the condiment stand, Greg and Peter sat down at a two-top in a quiet corner. Greg studied his son's face,
looked over the new haircut of close-cropped sides and longer bangs that nearly fell over the eyes.
"You look good," he said. "Working out, or just not eating much?"
Peter shrugged.
"I don't know. I stand."
"Stand? Everybody stands. For work, I mean. My desk adjusts up and down."
"Oh," Greg said. "So what are you working on that's got you so pressed for time?"
Peter sipped his coffee, said slowly, "We help app creators make the final product look good. So right now there's this real estate company that's trying to modernize. We're helping them to target younger homebuyers."
"Wow. Can you tell me who the client is?"
Not really. They want the launch to be a big surprise, make their competitors look old-fashioned."
"Oh, okay. And what's your role in this whole deal?"
"We all kind of do a bit of everything. Like, I code a lot, but sometimes they have me do graphics too."
Greg raised his mug. "Well, cheers to you. Proud of you, Pete."
"Cool." Peter tilted his phone up off the table and read the screen.
"You talked to your mother lately?"
"I text her more than talk."
"You see her much?"
"I don't know. Once or twice a month. I mean, I'm usually doing stuff."
"Well, that's good. I want you to have a social life."
"Check in with Nick lately?" "Again, we text."
"Why?"
"Have you seen him lately? The kid is huge."
"He was always big. Bigger than me forever."
"Well," Greg said, "I was over there recently, trying to get him back on track." "You went to the house? Was Mom there?"
"No, thank God."
"Point is, I know it's on me to help him figure things out. But you're still his older brother, and you've got your shit together. Can you, check in with him, please? Maybe fill him in on what you're doing at this job."
"Why that?"
"Because you somehow turned playing video games into finding a real job. Right now, gaming is all he wants to do." Peter nudged the mug handle with his finger while looking away.
"All right, I guess. I'll FaceTime him or something. Thank you. I'm going to try to get him into some classes, but he probably respects you more than me, so anything you can do will help. Team effort, what do you say?"
"I hear you. I'll try." Peter tapped his phone again. "I gotta go soon, actually."
"No prob,"
Greg said. "But real quick, you were saying some stuff about Bitcoin and blockchain not too long ago?"
"Yeah. You ready to invest?"
Greg met Peter's smile. He said,
"Well, not quite yet, but I want to know more about how it all works."
"Oh, boy." Peter shook his head. "Well, that's a long conversation. I don't think I have time to explain it to you now. It's like a big mental leap to understand the concept. Can I send you some links?"
"Yeah, that's fine, but just give me a quick summary while we're both here."
Peter cocked his head curiously. "Why this sudden interest?"
"Because I respect what you're doing. How's that sound?"
"Come on, let's not waste time."
"Okay. Say you and I want to do a deal, but we don't know each other, so there's no trust. 1,000 years ago, whoever had the upper hand, more money, more power, could just do whatever they wanted, like burn the contract.
So, 500 years ago, double-entry bookkeeping came along, and that meant that both people had copies of the documents. Still plenty of room for cheating there, but it was better. And that's how it's been done ever since. Until now, thanks to blockchain."
"Yeah," Greg said. "I love that word."
"You do?" "Okay, cool. So anyway, that adds a third public layer. For money, contracts, real estate, lots of things." "Exactly. Tell me about these other ones." Peter looked at him for a second. "Hey, I really do have to go, but this technology, the potential is unlimited. No one knows where it's going to go, who the winners and losers will be, which is why I try to spread my money around."
"Like diversifying your portfolio?"
"Kind of. Let's walk, though." Peter stood up and Greg followed as they left the coffee shop. Peter continued, "Some of these things are currencies, like Bitcoin, but others are real products that also have a coin so you can invest in it. Others are almost like penny stocks, but a lot of them are either scams or just random ideas that won't go anywhere. It's all pretty crazy, like the Wild West almost."
"Wow," Greg said. "I just had no idea there was so much to it all."
They were out on the street nearing Peter's office building. Greg, eager to learn more, said,
Be sure to email me that info.
Okay.
But, Dad? Yeah? Don't put any money into it without consulting me. Seriously. I promise. Because if you don't, Peter said, turning toward the lobby door and throwing up a hand, and it's gone. Greg watched him disappear behind the glass. He kicked at a pebble on the sidewalk, chuckling as he put his hands into his pockets. He could feel Peter's enthusiasm, which made him wonder if, perhaps, it wasn't too far-fetched to believe that he and his paralegal pals might also enter the promised land of blockchain success. Greg didn't even mind that in his own excitement, he'd completely forgotten to ask Peter about the upcoming Angels game. Chapter 15. The Boss.
Oh, shit, Dan said. They're doing karaoke tonight.
Greg craned his neck and saw a plump woman in a stretchy dress carrying a stack of binders to the DJ station. He looked at the guys and said, "You gonna sing?" "I will if you will." "Sure, why not? Walt?" They turned to Walt, who shook his head and said, "We'll see. Now let's get back to business." Dan helped himself to a refill from the pitcher, saying, "Okay, here's what I got. There's a ton of these, what do you even call them, startups? It's like the old Silicon Valley model is morphed into this new equation. Idea, logo on a website, team of people from Asia or Russia, then go try to raise money by selling your coin." "Fucking Asia?" Walt blurted out. "Like, you hire them as programmers?" "Sometimes. But from what I saw, they're often the founders or managers, too. Places like Singapore, Malaysia, all over." "And they're designing products for the American market?" Dan tapped his nails against the table. "I think the best way to describe this whole sphere is that one of two things is happening. Most of them are targeting first-world countries with Western-style economies. But then you have more idealistic projects trying to lift up the world's poor. I think I read Africa and equity like 100 times. Greg spoke up. "I appreciate all the research you did, but let's rein this back to what we're thinking of doing. A simple tool to streamline documents in the American legal field. So tell me, is it feasible for us to do it?" "It's at least startable," Dan said with a smile. "Buying a domain and having somebody slap together a flashy homepage is easy. But after that, we'll have to write a white paper describing the problem and then explain how we solve it." "I can handle that part," Walt said. "Good. However, after that, we have to find real developers. And nowadays, how do you know if the guy on LinkedIn with the nice profile photo doesn't live in some slum outside Beijing? Is he trustworthy? Will he deliver on time?" "Damn, this is getting complicated." "You want to get rich offering a real service, right? That's never going to be easy. Anyway, we should think of a name for our company. Something catchy. The coins all have 3 or 4 letter abbreviations, like the stock market." Greg said, "But who buys it? How? Where did they buy it?" "Okay," Dan said. "There's all these sites kind of like E-Trade where you go to buy the cryptos. Some cost $1, others less than a cent. Some are as high as $100, others 1,000 or more." "I'm lost," Walt said. "Who or what determines the value?" "Again," Greg said, "let's not get sidetracked by the fine details. Right now we need to laser in on what we can do based on our strengths, which are, for one, our combined decades of experience working within the legal world." Dan nodded. "Yes, and because of that, we've identified a major impediment to a firm's efficiency. The fact is that transitioning from paper to e-documents has not been perfected. Definitely not fast enough. It doesn't always work across devices either. Also, I got more info from my son Peter, the whiz kid, and I really think I'm starting to grasp this blockchain thing. Like, if we use it for our business, then everything will both be secure and verifiable. Because there's redundant layers of computers working to confirm each step. It can't be faked or hacked into." Walt had sunk down into his chair. He cupped his pint glass between his hands and said, "Guys, I almost just want to cut you a check for $5,000 and be a silent partner while you see what you can do with it. I'm too dumb or old to understand this." "Cheer up," Dan said. "I've spent hours digging into all this stuff. It's new in every sense of the word for almost everybody. So of course you're having a tough time when I'm just throwing it at you like this. All you gotta do is take it one meeting at a time. Okay. Having the idea is a lot more fun than all this. Come on, Greg said. Let's sign up to sing. Then we should write down some notes about what to do next. You know, baby steps. We can't get overwhelmed. This is supposed to be fun. Dan stood up and said, "Be right back." He skipped over to the stack of karaoke binders and grabbed one off the top. 10 minutes later, each of the group had chosen a song and handed a slip of paper to the woman in charge of the music. Plus, there was a fresh pitcher and some appetizers on the table. The first karaoke singer was just going up to the stage. "What are we going to call this?" Greg asked. "Let's riff on the keywords," Dan suggested. "Walt, you're the best writer here. Got any ideas?" Walt thought for a moment. "Let's start simple. Documents, law, secure, fast. What else?" Greg and Dan threw out a barrage of words, some of which Walt wrote down on a napkin. Efficient, futuristic, streamlined, smart, solution, breakthrough, client. They all fell silent as their brains tried to think of something catchy amid the sounds of two women in their 30s singing some tune from a recent Hollywood musical. "How about cross-files?" Greg said. "You know, as in across platforms?" It's a start. "Write it down," Dan said. "But I don't know. Keep going." "Lawfare?" Walt said, raising his eyebrows. "Like we treat you fairly? No? Okay." "Block docs," Greg said. "Ooh, I like that. Dan?" "Not bad," Dan agreed. "Put a star next to that one." "How about Instacontract?" Greg wobbled his head. "I see where you're going, but it's not quite there." "No problem. Don't stop. Give me more. Come on, boys." They bounced around ideas for the next little while, then heard a female voice say over the PA system, "Walt, you're next. Come on up." Walt dropped his pen onto the table and eagerly swam through the crowded bar toward the small stage. He yanked the mic off the stand and tilted his face down, saying in a deep voice, "Thank you. Thank you very much." Greg and Dan sat back and munched on nachos while Walt gave a lively rendition of Elvis Presley's Jailhouse Rock. The other patrons applauded as he made his way back to the table. Dan shook his hand with a tipsy smile. "Greg, please join us up on the front stage. Greg." Greg took a last sip and ran forward. It had been a while since he last did karaoke, but Glory Days was one of his favorite songs, and his confidence was buoyed by the beers flowing through his veins. He was ready and willing to go for broke. Things started well enough. He got most of the words right and even executed a few respectable dance moves. When the second verse tripped him up and he got ahead of the beat, Greg simply pointed at a few people seated nearby and gave them a confident smirk. His voice cracked in the middle of the next chorus. Then it fell flat. As he tried mightily to find the right pitch again, Greg suddenly heard himself lurch up an entire octave. But he didn't care. People were smiling, and that drum beat had him feeling it. As the song wound down, he realized that it had a lot more lyrics than he remembered. But he dug deep, fighting through his fatigue to give the audience a big finish. "Ooh, ooh, ooh, yeah, 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 glory fucking days! Whoop, whoop! Thank you, Glendale, good night!" Greg felt pats on the back as he staggered over to the table. "Wow," he heard the DJ say. "Let's give it up for Greg and his spirited rendition of that Bruce Springsteen classic." He flopped down into his chair. He was gassed. Dan and Walt were smiling at him. Dan said, "Greg, is that really you? That was incredible." "America," Walt said. His eyes were glazed over. He laughed. "That brought me back. God damn." Greg looked around the bar. He felt old in this sea of drinkers who were 15, 20 years younger than he was. Oh well, he'd given them a taste of the boss, Greg Everett style. Memories of a time they would never know. Life before the internet, before marriage, before a lot of things. He peered at the idea napkin, then made as if to grab it, but Walt snatched it away. Hey, hands off. This is $1 million hanky right here. Greg flipped him the bird, then smiled lazily. He said, Let's get this goddamn business started. Make some real money for once. Have some new glory days to look forward to. Fuck. Yeah, we're gonna be rich. Walt wanted to high-five, but Greg was too worn out. A moment later, as Dan was called to the stage, Greg dropped his chin into his chest and mumbled to himself through the noise of the bar. I want to play Augusta, from the tips, like Ray Romano. I know what I'm doing out there, for Christ's sake. I can handle my own. Chapter 16. Up the River. Greg reached a hand out from his lounging position on the couch and brought the whiskey bottle close. He took a swig and bent one of his legs up. He found the remote, pressed the guide button, and started scrolling down the schedule of live TV. Nothing good was on the sports channels at this late hour, and he'd already watched the highlights earlier. He grumbled. It was Saturday night, and his girl wasn't around. Probably at some bar in San Diego, talking nonsense with drink in hand. The other guys on the trip would be agreeing with everything she said and encouraging her to have just one more. On to the movie channels. Greg browsed quickly. A lot of stupid new releases, weak comedies that played it too safe. Even the action franchises were getting stale nowadays. Where were the classics? Down, down, scrolling forever down into the abyss of channels. He drank, then began to explore the on-demand offerings. Finally, something decent. Here were a few westerns from the 60s, and Bogart. Couple of gritty Hackman flicks, too. Mean Gene. There. Now he saw it. The movie that matched his own mood. Apocalypse Now. Martin Sheen flailing around in his hotel room, drunk. A man in search of a mission but who had nothing to do. Greg's spiritual brother, as they stewed in their own juices. Courting self-destruction until called to enter chaos. But Greg had no war to disappear into. He had expenses and bleak thrills to pass the time in between each monthly statement. He fiddled with his phone while the movie ran. Emailed some new divorcees he was trying to reel in on the dating apps. Liked the Instagram posts of the younger girls he'd first seen on Tinder or Bumble. Whether or not they were actually looking for relationships, these hot little narcissists were now part of Greg's personal Rolodex of models. The worldwide volunteer harem that got his engine revving on nights when he was alone and feeling horny. An email check. The boss's son with one of his late-night, "This needs to get done ASAP, you deal with it" messages. Penis pill spam. News story forward from the college buddy who apparently lived on the Breitbart website. And a hot deals offer from Golf Now. Greg couldn't resist clicking the link. The web browser opened and he saw an immaculate circular green in the foreground. And up above, the sun shone down upon a glistening ocean. He glanced over at the TV screen. At that moment, Robert Duvall and his phalanx of attack helicopters were flying in over water to engage the Viet Cong. Golf Now. Apocalypse Now. Greg sensed there was a connection here. He would find it, like a stubborn golfer hacking through the weeds looking for his errant ball, like soldiers wandering through endless jungle facing a hidden enemy, a nameless goal. Golf shots, gunshots, sinking putts, burying comrades, saving scorecards, collecting dog tags, lighting cigars and blowing smoke, landing choppers into smoke zones, lost balls, missing patrols, praying to God. Praying to God. A big pull from the whiskey bottle now. The world exploding, surfboards and fire. Greg shook his head with a frown. Life was always grinding men up, then leaving whatever was left of them on the side of the road, to wither, to self-destruct, or maybe chase after any crumbs that might give him a momentary taste of joy. In Vietnam or Iraq, wherever. Unsound methods indeed, Greg said in a slurred shout. He raised the half-empty bottle and saluted the Playboy playmates that were dancing on the screen. He started to doze off. An angry thought that came out of nowhere made him partially sit up and look around the living room. The apartment had already become a mess in the day since Karla left town. Greg cursed himself for passing so much time in a state of numbness, for sleepwalking in a haze of false contentment because he earned just enough money to pay for rent, golf, and whiskey. And Karla, the best drug of all, instant cure for impotence, but at perhaps too high of a cost. He had no other motivation now, because keeping this feisty young import happy had become a full-time gig. Not many men in his situation were strong enough to resist such a treat, even when you knew it was the game trying to reel you back in, all that drama which you had sworn off years ago, but suddenly could put up with again. Greg turned his attention back to the TV and watched Larry Fishburne's character die, shot by an unseen adversary while puttering up the river. Just a young kid. Swig of whiskey for that. "Sorry, buddy," he mumbled. "See you next time I watch The Matrix." He pressed pause on the remote. Should he jump over to that other movie right now? It was usually available for free on one of the streaming services. Brando or Keanu? Quagmire or dystopia? These were the hard choices a man was expected to make nowadays. He resumed the movie and dropped his head back onto the pillow. All that jungle green was soothing to look at, even if death lurked behind every bouncing palm frond. Greg sipped again. He had come face to face with some vicious people, too. Men and women who ruined lives without lifting a finger, let alone having to pick up a gun and put themselves in danger. Sending average Joes to a lifetime in the economic gulag, flashing perfect smiles that were provided by millionaire dentists. Yeah, those guys got their cut of the whole racket, too. Not Greg's teeth, though. A tiny chip had recently appeared on a prominent tooth after attending some function that served appetizers on food trays. Close inspection in the mirror revealed a hairline crack running all the way up to the gum. Best not to even look at his other teeth. Find more problems that you didn't have the money to deal with. Just adding to the compost pile in the back of your mind, which turned the miasma of worries into one giant, pulsing weight of dread pulling you down. "Fuck," Greg said aloud. He opened his eyes. Martin Sheen looked pissed. He ought to be. Best role of your life before you were even 40. Then paying the bills by narrating Toyota commercials or whatever. A drink to that. Greg reached a hand back and turned off the table lamp. Now he was just a man alone in the dark, staring fate in the eyes with old Marty as his guide. Little boat gurgling up the river of disillusionment, one nasty skirmish at a time. But Martin would get his man. Brando, Kurtz, was fucked. They both got a win, though, because the Colonel had ruled over his own little kingdom for a while. Jammed heads on a stake when people acted up. Meanwhile, Greg fumed when someone didn't repair their ball mark on the greens at Corona Vista, as if whoever hit the good shot was bragging to the groups behind him. "Go ahead," he taunted. "Fix it for me. Bend over and do it. I want you to." Greg wished that one day he would walk up to a green and see that asshole's head flopping around on top of the flagstick as it flexed in the wind. He knew he was drunk now. Thoughts of righteous murder were rare these days. Another intangible benefit of his newfound freedom. How many times had he walked through a dream massacre in his mind, slowly stalking his way down the courthouse halls like in one of Nick's video games, taking out an attorney here, some bimbo in a skirt over there for no reason. Then up the steps, files and briefcases dropped in panic as he blasted his way toward the level boss, either the ex or the judge, depending on who had fucked him over more that week, before a final barrage of gunshots echoed through the halls of perverted justice. And maybe saving the last bullet for himself. Or not. A few good rants at the murder trial might get some people thinking. Greg jammed the whiskey bottle between his thighs. He was feeling cozy. Nope, he never snapped, never killed anybody, and in this moment was quite content to live vicariously through the natives on screen, who were hacking a water buffalo to pieces. And there was no PETA to ride Coppola's ass about animal cruelty in whatever crazy country he filmed the thing. That took balls, though. Stick yourself in the middle of nowhere, make a movie about Vietnam that didn't even look like a war film half the time, and then kill Marlon Brando. No one did that. Well, maybe they did. Greg vaguely sensed that Jack Nicholson was nodding his head with a smirk. He sat up. The TV screen was back on the movie's information page. Had he just slept through the very last moments? Fuck! He mourned the fact that he wasn't watching a DVD because, in his current state, it was too much trouble to fast-forward all the way through to the right scene. "The hassle," he called out tragically. "The hassle." He threw an arm forward and grabbed the whiskey bottle by its neck. He held it up against the TV's light. About 2 inches of the good stuff left. That could make for a tasty breakfast coffee. He'd take it easy in the morning, maybe head down to the club around noon to warm up. Then make that money. Putts for bucks. Greg eased the bottle safely onto the carpet, his fingers giving the cap a final twist as his eyelids came down heavily for the last time. He felt himself whisper over and over, "Marlon fucking Brando. Martin fucking Sheen." Chapter 17. Grip It and Rip It. "Oh, Christ!" Greg watched his golf ball lurch terribly to the right and disappear into a thick cluster of billowing brush. He looked down at the huge divot between his feet. Steve, who was watching nearby with a beer in his hand, said, "Way to take advantage of that pretty drive." "Fuck me," Greg said. "I don't even know what I did." "Happy hunting," Steve said, giving a smirk. He started walking away with his bag, then paused to lean over and toss the chunk of turf back to Greg. "See you up there." Greg stomped it down into the fairway. He looked at the muddy face of his club, cursing himself while wiping it clean with a towel. A nice round about to turn to shit, he thought, as he carried his bag toward the miniature forest up ahead. Maybe I'll find it, slap it out, come up with a chip, steal a bogey. But Greg's heart sank the closer he got to where the ball had disappeared. This was a portion of the course that management had let return to its wild natural state to conserve water. Bushes that would one day grow into massive trees now already towered overhead. In the gaps, a half-dozen random desert plants grew thick and spiky. Grass that had taken root and gone uncut by the groundskeepers completed the scene. A baby jungle that ran from the edge of the rough 40 feet to the outside fencing of the club's property. Greg prayed that one of the first branches had knocked his ball down somewhere near the entrance. He took a long iron out of his bag and began poking around the thicket, keeping an eye out as much for snakes as his golf ball. A few feet inside, and he saw a ball to his left. He crouched down halfway, but could already see the regal Callaway logo facing him. He grumbled and let it lie. Pushing ahead toward the trunk of a giant bush which he thought was in line with his shanked shot, Greg saw something big and blue poking out from under several large dead palm fronds. He kicked through a carpet of leaves and pushed the palms aside with his club. A camper's tent came into view. "Hey, what the fuck?" a gruff male voice yelled from within. "Who's out there?" Greg instinctively leaped back and held up his club in a defensive posture. "Who the hell are you?" he called back. "Fucking leave me alone, I'm trying to sleep, damn it." "Hey, man, this is a golf course. You're in the line of fire out here. Maybe you should move on, not get hit." "I don't give two shits about all that." "Well, look, this is private property. You can't be camping out here." Greg heard the sound of a zipper being yanked violently. A man emerged from the far side of the tent. His short black hair was a mess, and there were several tattoos on his pocked face. "What's it gonna be, dude?" the man said sternly. "You think I'm scared of you holding that stick?"
Greg looked at the 6-iron in his hands. He lowered it to his side, then said, "I'm not here to fight. I'm just looking for the ball I hit over here." "That's not my problem, you suck. I'm back here living in peace. Got my girl in there sleeping." The man motioned back toward the tent. "Look, I don't know." "Yo, Greg," Steve's voice called from outside the brush. "You gonna take all day or what?" Greg leaned around and shouted back, "We got a little problem, Steve. Come on in here, would you?" As he turned back to face the other man, he saw a blur of motion, then landed hard on his back. He tried to sit up, but suddenly felt dizzy. As he rolled onto his belly, hoping to push himself up with his hands, Greg heard the man shouting from about 20 feet away. "Come on, grab your shit! No, not that! Hurry up, we gotta go!" Still on the ground, Greg watched the man and a woman in a light blue hoodie scramble away carrying several bags. The man turned back and stuck out his middle finger when Steve, who had by now reached Greg, yelled, "Hey!" "Steve, don't," Greg said. "Let him go. Fucker knocked me on my ass just like that." "Son of a bitch," Steve said. "Are you all right?" "Here, help me up." "Where'd he get you?" Greg felt around his face. Left cheek. Fuck. Let's get out of here. Put some ice on that." As they clambered out of the brush, they saw Amy, the cart girl, driving on the other side of the fairway. They waved and called out to her. She crossed over and met them by the golf bags. "What's up, guys?" she said. "Ready for something cold?" "Exactly," Steve nearly shouted. "Whoa, settle down, Tiger. I've got plenty to go around." No, it's not that. We need some ice for Greg." Amy turned to Greg. "What happened, sweetie? Turned an ankle?" "No," Steve panted. "Some fucking guy just punched him in the face." "Who? One of the members? How much are you guys betting out here?" Greg waved a hand toward Steve. "Calm down," he said. "It's okay. Look, a couple of druggies were camping out in the wilderness area over where we just were. Guy took a cheap shot at me." "Oh my God. Here on the course? Let me bag you some ice right now." "Thanks, girl. You're the best." "And," Amy said a moment later, "here's a little something to help numb the pain. On the house." She held out a tiny bottle of Jose Cuervo Gold tequila. "Oh, man, I love you." Greg pressed the bag of ice to his cheek and tilted his head back, downing the liquor shot in one quick motion. Steve, meanwhile, was stomping in circles. "What are we going to do about this shit? Private goddamn golf club and we've got derelicts setting up shop. Management has got to get more serious about our safety." Amy said, "Do you want me to call the pro shop? Or the police?" "Call the pro shop," Greg said. "Just let them know someone who was out on the course thinks there might be a homeless encampment in the brush." "But Greg," Steve said, "that piece of shit attacked you. We got to call the cops, press charges." "They're gone and they're not coming back. No one's going to catch them. Let's just make sure management knows, so something like this doesn't happen again. We've got women and children playing out here, sometimes by themselves." Amy raised her eyebrows and gave them a quizzical look. "You sure?" Greg took the ice bag off his cheek and shook his head. Yeah, I don't want to deal with it. I'll be fine. Just call it in. Be vague, like I said. They'll find the tent and whatever crap's inside. They'll figure it out." "Okay, then." "Oh, and Amy?" Greg took a $5 bill from his wallet and held it out between two fingers. "This is our little secret. Just the three of us. No joke." "I understand. Sorry it had to happen to you." "Luckily, I found a good nurse in time." "Aw, you're sweet. See you boys later. Feel better, Mr. Everett?" Greg and Steve watched Amy take the cart back toward the tee box, a cell phone held up to her ear. "Free drop?" Steve said. He gave a faint smile through the fear and anger that had taken over his face. "I'm the one who got dropped," Greg said with a laugh. "Turned my back for one instant and bam. Just be thankful it wasn't any worse. He could have killed you." "Yeah. Listen, seriously, don't tell anybody about this back at the clubhouse." "Okay, but what if that thing turns into a real welt? I don't know, just say I got drunk and tripped into something." Steve snorted. "At least that does actually happen out here. Take your drop, bud. Let's keep things moving before someone catches up to our ass."
Sure. But watch out now, Steve. I'm mad. I'm going to take your money.
Greg fished a golf ball out of his bag and dropped it into the rough. As he lined up his shot, he glanced into the thick vegetation and shook his head.
Fuckers.
A while later, as they were finishing up on the 18th, Greg jammed the flagstick back into the cup and said,
Remember, mum's the word.
He pointed to the tiny bump that had sprouted on his cheek.
Understood, Steve said. You really should be more careful on those uneven sidewalks. Exactly. Come on, let me buy you something at the bar. Mm-hmm. You won anyway.
Steve hoisted up his bag.
Forget it. We'll call the round a wash. Act of God or something.
Greg grunted. The heads of their golf clubs clicked against each other as they made their way back to the clubhouse. A few minutes later, after dropping their bags near the cart barn and freshening up at the locker room sinks, Greg and Steve stepped onto the outside terrace overlooking the golf course. The sun was casting vibrant, colorful rays across the nearby mountains during its final descent. Greg jangled the ice in his whiskey glass. He looked down at his feet briefly, then waved an arm out across the property. He said, You ever feel like one day a fucking horde could just swarm down from the hills and destroy this place?
Nope, Steve said. Can't say that I have. I'm playing golf, having a good time, trying to forget all that other shit for a while, you know? But just picture it. Really picture it. Retirees out with their sons and grandsons, a real touching scene. Married couples playing their weekly round, maybe a group of guys like us drinking beer, lighting up stogies, being stupid. And then suddenly a giant roar erupts and an army comes pouring down onto the course with fucking battle axes. I'm talking Braveheart out on the fairway. Holy shit. Holy shit is right. What the hell are you talking about? Greg took a sip of his drink, then looked over at Steve with a wild smile. We're sitting ducks out here, man. I mean, a sniper could really take care of business. But I do like the visual of an all-out assault better. Revenge taken, eye to motherfucking eye. Steve tried to muster a laugh as Greg doubled over, cackling to himself. Revenge? For what? What did we do? Nothing. It was just time. The rise and fall of empires. Greg nodded his head with sad understanding. So, who would be coming after us? Could be anyone. ISIS, MS-13. Heh, Antifa even. Whoever's mad, or jealous, or bored, broke, desperate, with nothing to lose. Someone who's ready to tell us, hey, come the fuck down from that castle. Who the hell do you think you are, you rich fucks? Greg slapped his hip and laughed again. Steve, meanwhile, was getting nervous. He pointed at Greg and said, This is insane, dude. You sure that guy didn't hit you harder than you realize? Nah, it's all good. Funny, actually, now that I think about it. He didn't hesitate either. No practice swings, no case of the yips. Nah, he just went for it. Grip it and rip it, baby. Greg pretended to swing a golf club with his free arm, then used his hand as a visor while admiring the shot. Magnificent! A TKO! Let me buy you another drink, Stevie. All right, Steve said. But let's go inside. I don't want you getting any more ideas staring at these hills. The hills have eyes, bucko. Just remember that. Greg threw the door open and stomped inside, giving it an extra push so that Steve could walk in behind him. When they reached the bar, Armin said, Hey, Greg, what happened to your face? Greg raised his eyebrows at Steve, then said, I'm just going to blame it on the alcohol, so give me another. Steve flashed 2 fingers. Armin said, Another round for the dynamic duo coming right up. Chapter 18. The Gauntlet. Greg was shifting his attention between inspecting a client letter for typos and poking around the Golf Now website, when he suddenly just froze up. He became acutely aware of how dead quiet his office was, except for the low hum of the computer. Were people actually working in the surrounding rooms? What was he doing here, exactly?
He looked again at the letter, but his eyes would not focus, as if they understood the futility of everything he did between the hours of 9 and 5. Wake up early, shower, shave, tie your necktie, then crawl through traffic to create documents that dissected another person's life. Greg pushed the printout away and stared at the surface of his desk. Dark wood grain, or veneer, he could never remember which was which, that someone had once harvested, processed, and manufactured. Then someone else delivered it, assembled it, got it all set up and looking nice. A brand spanking new desk filled with high hopes of being used for good work. He looked around the room. Everything in here had arrived with the same wistful expectations, from the ceiling tiles on down to the paper clips. The whole office floor, in fact, designed with the dream of being the real-life embodiment of a bustling law office like in some TV drama. But Greg knew it was a crock. There were no Paul Newman heroics being hatched at any of these desks. The boss would never utter some heart-stopping revelation in court, which in turn caused the judge to bang his gavel in futility now that the precedent-shattering words had been spoken. No one here was taking a courageous stand. It was all just making deals and dispassionately turning people's lives into strips of beef jerky under cold fluorescent lights. It was shiny, pointed badges and woven polyester uniforms at the ready to enforce what a judge who was secretly playing Candy Crush decreed from the bench. It was bewildered defendants asking themselves how they managed to get caught in this giant web of legal spiders who passed them back and forth for years, slowly extracting their life's blood, but never delivering the death blow. "Excuse me, Greg?" For an instant, Greg saw what Francis saw, himself with his palms laid apart staring down at the empty surface of a brown desk. He cracked an uneven smile and looked up. "Sorry," he said, "just lost in a little daydream. What's up?" Francis came into the room. She held a stack of folders unsteadily, trying to balance the weight against her too high heels. "Where do you want these?" Greg tapped the space directly in front of him. "Right here will do." The 2-foot-high pile came down with a thud. Francis dusted her hands with exaggerated flair and said, "Phew, these are your problem now." She turned and strutted out, white light flashing against the red vinyl of her shoes with each step. Greg ran his thumb down the open edges of the files and folders. He shook his head in awe. This pile was part of an endless conveyor belt of dead trees that fell on people walking through the pleasant forest of life. A marriage gone sour, a small business being sued, a world-famous rock band splitting up, a will torn to shreds by the surviving wolves. Things which had all started so simply. "I want to do this," someone said enthusiastically. But the idea of a handshake deal was absurd in the complicated modern world. One had to set everything up properly in advance. Then it all hummed right along during the build-up phase, as well as when things were operational. "But the end," Greg caught himself saying out loud. He thumped a fist onto the stack. Nothing was ever allowed to just end. It was like some grotesque modern twist on the finger-wagging anecdote about how the Native Americans used every last piece of the buffalo. But now it was people who were maximally extracted over the course of a lifetime. The carrot and the stick over and over. Eat too many carrots at once, or convert them into the illegal form, and you got the stick. But never hard enough to kill. Not when it was more lucrative to lightly whack someone once or twice every day. Tickets, fines, fees, service charges, interest on debt, mandatory insurance for everything. Squeezing out every last dollar and hour of work. From each, not just according to his ability to pay, but also his social class, his crimes, his patience, and his tolerance for the treadmill. Greg knew he was just one little speck in this gauntlet that every person both ran and worked to maintain. The system that, while striving to let no part of a human life which could feed it go to waste, in turn left the potential for greatness to lie fallow.
Better that 100,000 mundane tasks were done reliably than to wait for the brilliant breakthrough that would turn the world on its axis. Greg silently cursed the folders in front of him, then looked at the computer screen. It had gone dark during his reverie, so he nudged the mouse. The Golf Now website reappeared. He leaned in, clicking and scrolling like a madman. He parried away the pop-ups, ignored the ads that featured smiling couples, and began selecting all the right checkboxes and filters. Slowly, inexorably zeroing in on the golf getaway that he wanted. There it was. 2 rounds, card included, drink vouchers, twilight rate at an early bird time. A little Palm Springs getaway for him and Karla over the long weekend coming up in a few weeks. Now, like a hacker in some espionage movie's pivotal scene, Greg worked frantically and with passion. He brushed something away from his brow, but the eyes stayed laser-focused on the goal. Next, a burst of typing, more clicks, eyes darting back and forth across the screen, until finally his fingers hovered over the mouse. One last hesitation before the final, definitive, irrevocable tap. To book or not to book? Confirm it. Lock it in. Golf, beers, birdies, carrots. Something to give Greg that fleeting, shuddering thrill that he imagined must stir the soul of composers every day. If he could just feel that rush once per round, when the golf ball really did what you wanted it to do. To watch it shoot down the fairway after receiving a metal kiss. The ball bouncing and trotting happily along until finally rolling, curving, trickling to a stop right near the hole, giving you a chance at eagle on a scintillating green beneath the radiant sun. Maybe, just maybe, Greg could tap into that divine moment and take hold of the reins, to perhaps no longer believe that his life had been wasted after so many wrong turns. Chapter 19. The Depths. When Karla got home from work, Greg was sulking on the patio with a beer in his hand. There were 2 other empty bottles knocked over on the floor beside him. "Hi, baby," she beamed through the screen door. Greg shook his head and raised his beer. "Can you go get me another?" Karla looked at his beer, inspecting the level.
"But this one is still very full," she said.
"Be a sweetheart and just do what I ask," he grumbled, tipping the bottle back into his mouth. A minute later, Karla skipped out onto the patio with a beer in each hand.
"Well," she said, "I will have one too, then."
"Why are you so happy?"
"It was a nice day at work."
She set Greg's new beer down on the small round wooden table nearby.
"People told me they liked my new blouse, too."
Greg looked Karla up and down in the soft yellow porch light. Her immense breasts surged out from the silky white polo shirt that was peppered with neon-colored geometrical shapes. It was like a love doll wearing an old Andre Agassi tennis jersey. "Yeah, I'm sure they did," Greg said, and finished his beer.
"What? You don't like it?" She playfully pushed Greg's shoulder. "Or does this shirt make me too sexy?"
Greg raised his eyebrows. He was about to make a joke about Right Said Fred, but then realized the reference would go completely over her head. He'd already dropped too many pop culture reference bombs during their time together and was now wary of saying anything that might highlight their age difference. "No, it's just right," he said, then poked a finger into her nipple.
"Hey, no touching. Not yet, anyhow. I have to tell you about the rest of my day. And then your day, too."
"So let's hear it. What else did you do today besides put on your clothes?"
"I helped Riley get the file cabinets organized. Then I ran the pro shop for a while. Many, many compliments during that time, yes. And after that, Mr. Fellows, do you know him? He asked me to give his grandson some advice on how to putt."
"And how'd that go?" Greg reached for the new beer.
"I should think it went well. Now, he didn't say anything during the lesson. He just walked a circle around us while I showed Ethan, that's the boy's name, while I explained to him the process. But afterward, Mr. Fellows put his arm around me and said I did marvelous, and that maybe I could help him with his own stroke, too."
Greg shook his head and chuckled. "I'll bet. Fucking fellows, dirtiest old man in the valley.
Karla sat up straight. Hey! Why must everything be about sex for you? You think everyone is a pervert.
Nope, just deep life experience, girl. And if it makes me sound jaded, oh well.
Humph. I still had nice time. Now, tell me about your day.
Greg burped, barely making any attempt to suppress it. Same old shit, that's what. I show up, we sue people, then I get paid. But God knows what the hell for.
But you've worked there for more than 10 years. They wouldn't pay you if you didn't earn money for them too.
It's not about the dollar amount, Greg said, waving his hand. It's about how pointless it all is. Fuck. You go to work in a cute top, and as long as people tell you they like it, it means you had a great day. That kind of shit doesn't happen to me.
I know what you wear to the office, Karla said with a laugh. It's so boring. Let's go shopping and pick out some new dress shirts for you. Then your co-workers will notice. I know it.
That's not even it. I don't give a fuck if my boss or even Francis the secretary notices what I'm wearing. I don't need double takes. Greg's voice had gotten louder. Karla leaned into his ear and said gently, but with a nervous quiver,
Then what is it that you do need?
Greg brought a hand to the side of his head. Something fucking real. Because I could take this bullshit money we're making on some millionaire's divorce, then fly down to Machu Picchu and climb all over the ruins. But that won't actually do anything for me. He thumped a fist onto his thigh. There's just nothing I can do so that at the end of the day I could feel as happy and loved and fulfilled as you do, after wearing a polyester shirt that's 2 sizes too small. And I'm sure you have the same damn top in 3 different colors, so it's going to be good vibes all week for Miss Perky Tits.
I can't believe you're talking like this, Karla said, with disappointment in her voice.
She paused.
Do you remember the first day we met? It was perhaps 2 weeks after I began working at the club. You yelled at me because I made a mistake with your group's tea time.
Yeah, you pushed us back half an hour to do a favor for your handsome friend Stuart.
He's not my... Please, my point is that when you said those words, so angry, I don't know if I had even noticed you before, but I just felt this energy all through my body. I shivered. I was so excited.
So that was it? Greg looked at her and gave a wary smile. That was the moment you locked in on me?
Yes, it was. All the rest of that day, I pictured where you might be on the course. I was trying to go downstairs when you made the turn, but Riley at that moment gave me something to do.
But you found me after the round.
Well, it was only 5 minutes of talking in the dining room. All of your friends were there too. But I got what I wanted.
Funny. I thought us scheduling to play together was my idea.
Ha! But Greg, Karla sighed, the reason I tell you this is because in that first moment, you had power and confidence. I felt attracted to you, but also fear. Yes, I wanted to be close to that man. But now, maybe I'm too close, because now I see weakness, frustration, and possibly your own fear.
Greg grumbled. I can't deny it. That stuff's all in there too, and more.
So which side of you is the truth and which is the lie?
Lie? You think the me that yelled at you was pretending?
Maybe you only treated me that way because I am a girl and was the new worker.
No, Greg said. You just don't see how other people are treated because you only think about yourself.
Wait a moment. How did this turn onto me now? No, big man, you still need to prove to me that you weren't just making a show of confidence when you scolded me.
Karla, it's all connected. Down in the depths, a place that someone your age doesn't know about. Now, don't you dare interrupt. Not if you want to understand. What you saw as confidence was me, a man who after 15 years of eating everybody's shit from my ex-wife to the courts, my fucking bosses, this man finally gets done paying out. And here comes a hottie who's showing off her legs but not paying enough attention to her actual job, and that ends up screwing me over. Yeah, I was pissed. Are you starting to see now?
Oh, baby, you're getting upset again just thinking about it. I love this.
Don't you give me that dog and heat shit. And stay back. I haven't taken you to the real depths yet. Look, here it is. You do all the things in life you're supposed to do, and you still get fucked over. Or you do the things you want to do, and you find out that nothing turns out right over there either. So what comes after that? No one seems to know, or they just won't share it with you. A noise came up from Greg's throat. He said, "You happy now?" Karla slowly brought her hands up to form a steeple over her nose and mouth. She exhaled and let her hands go limp. Tears were forming in her eyes.
Greg, she said, I don't know what you want me to say to you. First, I feel you open yourself to me, and I start to see who you really are and understand the pain you feel. But then you turn it back and get mad at me? How is this my fault?
She began to cry. It just ain't fair, Greg said quietly. Life looks so smooth and nice on the surface, but you might be dying inside and no one notices. You don't even know what to do to make it better. And that's it. What do you do? I mean, there's moments, sure. Making a nice birdie, watching your kid hit one close. Good sex, good booze. And you damn well better savor 'em because they don't come around that often. Greg looked at Karla's silhouette, then gazed off into the distance. Or sometimes never again. She bowed her head and folded her arms around herself. Greg scooted himself up, then raised his voice slightly as he said, But, it's all just anesthesia to help you forget. The futility, the despair. Because that shit comes back. Always. And there isn't a shirt in the world bright enough to distract you forever. Greg sipped his beer, then exhaled through his nose. Karla raised her hand as if to rest it on his arm, but then pulled back.
I'm sorry, she said. If you're that unhappy, I don't know how I can help you. If you think that loving me can't make you happy, or if you think being together is just a distraction, I want to have nice times, fun times.
Course you do.
Fun times with you. But what can I do if, when I am happy, it makes you think about your own problems? It brings us both down. Why am I not able to raise you up?
Karla's chest heaved in a sob.
This breaks my heart. And so I think maybe we can't make it together?
Greg reached out and took her hand. You want to lift me up? That's sweet. Come here. He leaned back and Karla climbed onto his lap. He kissed her cheek. I can't promise anything, he whispered. But starting tomorrow, I'll go out there and remember that you're rooting for me.
Rooting for us.
You, me, and us. Okay, baby. Karla smiled and wiped her eyes. He said, Hey, go inside and grab that bottle of scotch for me, would you? I need something strong right now. Send a fire down my throat, into the depths. Karla caressed his face and eased off his lap. Greg shook his head slowly, watching as she walked inside toward the kitchen. Chapter 20. Like old times. Greg sat leaning against the open hatchback of his aging 4Runner. He checked his watch, then peered around the right side of the truck. Nick was standing there, half inspecting his clubs and half fiddling with his phone. He squatted down and started digging into the pockets of his golf bag. Greg looked at the time again, then tapped the button on his phone to see if any new texts had arrived. Where is he? Greg muttered. Nick zipped a pocket shut. He stood up and said, Maybe he got busy? Not a chance. He promised me he'd make it. Come on, Pete. Greg got up and closed the trunk. He shouldered his bag, saying, Let's go check in at least. Nick looked past him. There he is. A Navy Prius rounded the bend into the parking lot entrance and pulled up next to them.
Peter stepped out, pinching the brim of his Nike cap with a grin.
"Hello, gents," he said.
Nick walked over and met him at the trunk with a high five.
"About time," he said.
"Whatever." Peter gave him a playful jab to the gut.
"You ready?"
Greg laughed.
"Good morning, Mr. Everett. Nice to see you two right back at it. Let's go."
As the trio carried their bags across the parking lot toward the starter booth, Greg gave a sigh of relief. It took pulling teeth and having to meet at a public course in town, but he was finally able to wrangle the boys out for a round together. The short first hole at Hanson Dam in Pacoima is curious. The fairway descends steadily most of the way out, but then shoots uphill at a steep angle to the green high above. Send your drive too far and you'd find yourself with an awkward stance hitting a blind wedge shot. It was a tricky hole to start off a round of golf. Greg stepped onto the blue tee box and set his ball low. He used his 3-wood to send a low laser out with an easy swing. He smiled.
"I remember this place."
Nick was next. His tall frame, even with the added weight, still looked impressively strong. He took his stance, waggled the matte head of his white tailor-made driver, then launched a sky-high drive with a massive swing. The ball was headed right the whole time. It crashed through some branches on the incline, then rolled back a few feet before stopping in the long grass.
"That'll be fine,"
Peter said as he strutted past Nick. Looking sharp, Greg noticed. Electric blue shirt with a few silver stripes across the chest, and black wicking shorts accented by a white belt and clasp buckle. Peter slipped his left hand into a brand-new glove. He looked out at the hole deliberately, then swung his hybrid wide and around so that the golf ball shot up and out to the right before tumbling and rolling its way back into the center of the fairway on flat ground. Greg picked up his bag, saying,
"All right, game on, fellas."
Peter was first to play, only 110 yards but playing nearly 20 longer due to the hill. He stepped up and took a carefree swing, picking the ball clean off the turf. Too clean. They couldn't see where it hit. Greg said, "That's going to be long. I bet if you'd gotten here earlier you could have warmed up, dialed in your distances."
"Had to get my beauty sleep," Peter said. "Otherwise I'll start looking like you."
Greg went to his ball 15 feet ahead, then gave it a nice inside-out cut, hoping to prevent it from running off the back of the green.
"That should be good," he announced.
Nick had already made his way up ahead to prepare for his chip shot out of the shaded rough. In some ways, he had a more traditional approach coming at the pin from the side, but there was no good way to stop the ball if it hit the green on the fly. As Greg and Peter climbed to the top of the hill, they saw him choke down and hit a stiff punch. The ball came out with a burst of grass and leaves, then dropped short into the rough, but hit with just enough momentum to fight its way through and trickle onto the far right edge of the putting surface.
"Atta boy,"
Greg said. Nick gave a wave. Peter's ball had indeed gone long, bouncing up next to the cart path that snaked around behind the green. He had to play a delicate chip that carried far enough, but without too much pace, or it would roll off the front down onto the hill. He waited for Greg to mark his ball, left front edge, 20-odd feet away, and then tested the grass near his lie. He took a silky swing, and the ball jumped nearly 20 feet in the air. It hit the back fringe, then rolled out to a stop 5 feet above the hole. Greg whistled through his teeth.
"Yeah, Petey."
They were all on. The pre-putting ritual ensued, marking and cleaning, pacing, squatting, studying the breaks. Nick was first to play. Birdie putt from nearly 40 feet to the center-cut hole. He gave it a smooth stroke and lagged the ball to 2 feet. He flashed a look at Greg as he walked up.
"That's good," Greg said, "if your brother agrees."
Peter gave Nick's ball a look.
"Okay, pick it up."
Nick cleared his ball up and away with the back of his putter, then stepped off the green. Greg lined up his birdie try. It was uphill, but not much, moving slightly from left to right. A little pop off the face, tracking nicely, but no turn. It died a foot past the left edge of the hole.
"You're good,"
Peter said. He placed his own ball and studied the short par putt, while Greg tapped in with the heel of his putter before quickly clearing away. Peter's shot read as straight downhill, going maybe a whisper to the right. He took a compact stance and with clenched teeth sent the ball on its way. Click, click. The ball was down. Pars all around. "Nice scrambling, the both of you," Greg said. "Still, I should have made you pay." "Whatever," Peter said. "Your approach wasn't that great." "A lot of golf left to be played here, and I'm in better practice than both of you," Nick said. "But we're young. I'm going to outdrive you all day." "Well," Greg said, "here's your chance." The second hole is a drivable par 4 coming back down the same hill as on 1, where the green sits on a slight rise above the fairway valley. Go left, and your ball was in serious trouble. Dirt, trees, and OB all loomed large. Leak too far right, and you had several trees and a bunker to negotiate. They teed off in quick succession, 3 straight balls, all dropping down safely within 50 yards. "We've got ourselves a chip-off," Greg said playfully, as they headed down the hill. "You're such a clown," Nick said. "Chip off the old block," Peter added. "Couple of wise guys here," Greg said, "but I'll take your money anyway." "Oh, we're betting now?" Nick said. "I don't have any money." "Come on," Greg said. "Quarter a hole? No? A dime?" "Fine," Nick said. "A quarter's fine." "Now we're talking. Let's see what kind of touch you've still got. It'll take some real finesse here." By the time they made the turn, having finished on the short but somewhat tricky par 3 ninth hole, Greg was up 2 shots on Peter. Meanwhile, Nick's game had started to fall apart when he hit the skinny palm tree that sits randomly in the middle of the 5th hole fairway. After that, he was usually wandering around alone in search of his errant shots. But on the 10th, Nick crushed an incredible ball from the elevated tee box. It landed 20 feet short of the green, and on his second shot he nearly chipped in for eagle. Armed with his first birdie of the day, Nick sauntered to the next hole and said, "Hold on to your wallets. The comeback is on." Greg, who had bogeyed after sending his approach off to the right, watched both Nick and Peter hit straight drives to start the par 5 11th. He himself got a little unlucky and ended up rolling into one of the traps. Now both Nick and Peter were sniffing an opening, and their chatter started picking up. When Greg's second shot went left toward some trees, Peter chirped, "Dad's on an adventure now. Beach, forest. Lucky for him there's no water." Yeah, Greg said. "I believe you hit the big rock back on 8 with that atrocious drive. Bogey on that hole is fine." The dogfight continued over the next few holes, with Greg and Peter trading the lead back and forth and Nick hanging around at 4 shots behind. On 14, which at first slopes down to the right before twisting back around and up, Nick tried to cut the corner by sending a moon ball over the imposing pine tree in front of the tee box. But his effort came up a few feet short, with his ball clipping a branch and coming to rest on the forward slope after carrying another 30 yards. "Fuck me!" he shouted. The people who were walking on the nature trail at the nearby property edge heard this outburst and looked down. Nick gave them a wave and called out, "Hi! Keep on hiking, please." Peter put his face into his hand. Greg laughed and said, "All right, let's keep it together. You're lucky your ball didn't kick into those desert plants." Pars for Greg and Peter along with Nick's bogey made it a 2-horse race down the back stretch. After the subsequent par 5 and par 3 holes left them tied, Peter stepped up to the 17th and ripped a low tracer that got a great rollout through the undulating fairway. Greg, however, turned the head of his driver over and sent his ball down the steep left slope into a wooded area. It would take a skilled blind shot to have any hope of finding the green in 2. Nick, now out of the running, obliterated a ball that disappeared somewhere on the right side. "See you guys later," he said, dragging his feet as he moped away. "So, Pete," Greg said a moment later, "see how frustrated he gets? We gotta figure out a way to calm him down." "You want to talk about this now?" Peter said. "Are you trying to throw off my game? Because I intend to win here." "No, come on, seriously. He seems angry. About everything." They reached Peter's ball. "You're probably right. I'll think of something to say to him. But not now." "Okay, bye," Greg said with annoyance. He walked away without waiting for Peter to hit. Just before trotting down the hill, he saw Peter's shot hit the back of the green and roll off into a trouble spot full of trees and no grass. Back in it, Greg thought. Bogey or better gets it done now. He found his ball. The lie had him looking up a steep slope, and from here it was about 120 yards to the hole. Normally, he might run up and take a quick look, but the group's testy mood had rubbed off on him. Competitive, frustrated, resentful, greedy. He played a safe shot, hoping to land somewhere flat in order to have a clean look at chipping close. Climbing up the hill with his bag, he was amped to see that his ball sat only 15 feet short of the green's front right edge. Oh yeah, Everett's special sauce. The stuff is hot. Nick was stomping toward the green, where his ball sat only 12 feet away from the cup. Greg called out to him. On in two? Nick shook his head. Fucking 4. Out of practice, that's all. We'll get you back into it. Peter, meanwhile, had planted his bag and was stalking around the shaded area behind the green. How's it looking there? Greg hollered. Peter said, We'll see. Hitting off pine needles and dirt. Okay, go for it. Splash. Peter's ball jumped out and came down directly onto the seam where the fringe and green met. This kicked it forward with extra speed, and it ran out 20 feet past the hole. Peter walked out of the trees with his shoulders drooped. Greg noticed that this was the first time he'd shown a negative emotion all day. Unlucky, he said, then lined up his own chip. Thuck. Bouncy little runner that trickled out to 4 feet. Nice shot, Dad, Nick said quietly. Thanks. Now make your bogey, okay? Yeah, he has to go first, though. I know. I'm just saying. Balls were marked. The flag was pulled. Peter took a breath and sent his par putt moving. A deflated effort that never had a chance, and it was lucky to stop inside 3 feet for a mercy gimme. He cleared away without a word. Nick stared at the hole, nearly strangling his putter grip as he stepped up and found the line. He exhaled, placed his ball, then swatted a careful putt that tracked the whole way. When it caught the left edge and fell to the bottom, both he and Greg let out a cheer. Those are the bogeys that keep you coming back, Greg laughed. Yeah, Nick said, the miracle one putt. Greg gave his own putt a quick last look and lined up. Now it was all about the tides, how the mood swings affected the golf swings. 5 minutes before, and it was Peter who had the upper hand, but now the kid was dejected, and Greg was hoping to pull a lucky par out of his ass. Soft swing, the ball on its way, and down. Up by 1 with a hole to play. Peter was already down below on the 18th tee box. Did you make it? He asked. Yep, Greg said. Par. Of course. Peter bent over to tee up his ball. Hey, I've got honors here. Ready golf, Dad. Nick stepped in. Pete, he's just trying to get into your head. Let me go. Peter cleared out of the box, and Nick set his ball on a tee. He drew his club back and around, as if preparing to unleash hell, but then stopped and reset. His next swing was much smoother and more balanced. The ball carried dead straight into the fairway. That's how you do it, Greg said. Thanks. Peter took a step. May I? Of course, Greg replied. Peter shook his head several times while standing over the ball, then uncorked a massive drive that ran past Nick's. See? He said. I've got the fucking power when I need it. After all this tee box chatter, Greg realized that he had lost the good vibes he'd carried over from his fortunate par on 17. This difficult finishing hole, whose long incline on the approach made it feel more like a par 5, was making him indecisive. Should he bank on another par to win, or be aggressive because of Peter's excellent drive? He put a ball out, long but not straight, and it leaked toward the imposing line of pine trees on the right. He'd have to see what the damage was when he got down there. The Everetts walked forward quietly, and Greg peeled off toward his ball a minute later.
He was looking at 190 yards to reach. There was a tough bunker on the left he wanted to avoid, so he would have to be careful not to swing too aggressively when chopping through the rough. He gave the ball a solid whack with his rescue club. It stayed right the entire way and dropped down into the half-dead grass 15 yards beside the green. Over on the fairway, Nick was licking his chops. He pulled out an iron and stepped over his ball confidently. A quick uncoil of the body, a massive divot chasing after the ball, now soaring like a missile and slamming down triumphantly just below the hole. "Holy shit," Peter said. "What was that?" "Flashbacks," Nick replied, smiling. "Golf team flashbacks." Greg was standing off to the side, clapping, giving a thumbs up. Peter was next to play, 160 yards plus a little extra to account for the slope. He took a practice swing, then sent a nice ball on a good line. "Come on, get there," he called after it. "What? Long? Again?" His ball had hit just beyond the pin and rolled up another 15 feet, which left him with a perilous downhill putt for birdie. "Damn!" Peter shouldered his bag and walked to the green with Nick. Greg now paced behind his ball, feeling nerves about this third shot. He needed a decent look at par to win or tie with Peter now. Should he hit it high or low? He didn't like this grass. Felt like it alternated between hay and a doll with his hair cut down to the scalp. The dirt underneath would be dry, too, and there was no telling how much resistance the patch beneath his ball would give. He laughed to himself, getting the willies at a public course after all the tests he'd faced at Corona Vista. He settled over the ball and gave his wedge a steady flip. Thud! His golf ball jumped up with no juice and dropped pathetically 10 feet short of the fringe. Son of a... He looked at the boys. They couldn't contain their pleasure. But that was okay. "Ah," Nick said. "I think you're still away." He and Peter smirked. Greg gave a smile and nodded at them with his eyes closed. Because what they didn't know was that he had taken possession of that phrase as a badge of honor. Every time one of his playing partners at the club made that wisecrack, Greg elevated his game to a fierce new level. So now he played the clown, making a silly face at the boys as he walked over to his ball, but then slid his eyes and sized up the green with computer-like precision. The shot would be a sidewinder that he could coax across from the right as it moved with the slope. Quickly, he tested the turf with the heel of his club. Same inscrutable crapshoot as last time. He choked down and punched gently through. The ball didn't even rise so high as his knees, but it was running, curving, dripping, and finally coming to rest with a pleasant view of the flagstick 4 inches away. He took a bow. "Is that good? Can I pick up?" Peter waved a hand. "Yeah, of course." "But Nick, is it cool with you too?" "You know that's for a 5, right?" Nick asked. Peter laughed. Greg said, "Yeah, I know, but the pressure's off me now. The weight of all those quarters is on his shoulders." Peter sized up his putt from above and below. This birdie try had 3-putt written all over it if he didn't pay attention. Win, tie, or lose, all wrapped up in this one stroke. He got very still, looking over the putt and the ominous descent. Arms like a pendulum, no movement in the wrists. He sent the dimpled little ball on its fateful journey. It was tracking. On line, but maybe too fast. Then, with 2 feet to go, it was like the earth pulled an emergency brake. The ball lost all momentum and died with a bewildered gasp at the right edge of the cup. Both Greg and Peter were dead silent. Nick said, "So, you guys tied?" Peter, nearly ashen, tapped in for par and stumbled away after claiming his ball. The stage was now set for Nick to get his second birdie of the back 9, 5.5 feet up the hill, straight as an arrow. And just like that, it was down and in, never a doubt. "How about that?" Greg said happily. 2 1-putts to finish your day. Not bad, Nicky. The guys came in for handshakes and hugs. "Nice game, Pete," Greg said. "For not playing much, you somehow kept up with me." Peter smiled. "Course knowledge. How many hundreds of times have we played here?" They cleared off the green and made their way toward the clubhouse. Greg slowed outside the restaurant patio. He said to Peter, "Got time for a beer?" Peter opened his mouth, but no words came out. Finally, he said, "Well, I kind of got to get back at some point." "No problem. But you had fun?" "Of course." "And Nick, you too?" Nick put a hand on each of their shoulders and squeezed. He smiled. "Great," Greg said. "Let's make this happen again soon then." "Yeah, sure," Nick said. "And I'll make a deal with you both. Come out to the club and I won't make you bet." "Speaking of which," Peter said, punching Nick on the arm, "where's my laundry money?" "Look in the couch," Nick said. "I'm not going over there. Get cornered by Mom." "Hey, guys, come on," Greg said. "We've had such a nice day. Let's not spoil it with all that talk. I'll cover Nick's gambling debts." "Works for me," Nick and Peter both said. Then they started laughing. Greg smiled. It was good to see them having fun together again. Chapter 21. Best Days. "This all just sounds like it's a young man's game." Walt was dejected. Again. "I don't know how we're going to do it." Although the sun was shining out on the restaurant patio, the trio of would-be blockchain pioneers were coming to grips with the latest challenges to their big plans. "I can't even conceive of half the shit you've been saying, Dan," Walt continued. "I mean, let's be honest, do you really get it?" Dan waved a hand without conviction. He said, "But we've come so far. You did all this great work writing the first draft of the white paper. And Greg, you're going to keep prodding Peter for the inside scoop on this tech stuff. We can't let these speed bumps get us down." Greg munched on an onion ring and said, "The white paper does look good." "Thanks," Walt said. He let out a long breath. "The thing is, just mocking that thing up forced me to do a lot of soul-searching." "Okay," Dan said, trying to contain a smile. "And what did you discover?" Walt shook his head morosely. "Guys, who are we kidding here? Our best days are probably behind us. Do you really think some programmer in Estonia is going to look at three drunks who are more than twice his age and say, 'Yes, these guys have a vision for the future'? Face it, we're insane. We've lost touch." Greg instinctively grabbed the pitcher and topped off everyone's glass. Slowly, he said, "What best days? Because when I look back on it all, I don't see even one time which I can pinpoint and think, there, right there is when it all came together. I had tastes of it, maybe, a suspicion that you were brushing up against something incredible, but I never got to hold it up for the world like a trophy." Dan said, "But is it the moment, or where it all ends up that matters? Because when I kissed Brianna on our wedding day, I felt that triumph." He inhaled through clenched teeth. "Yeah, it all crashed and burned 10 years later, but do I really have to let those good feelings go? Or what, add an asterisk?" "My point," Walt said, "is that the trend line will always point down from now on. How many guys really make their first million after they turn 50? And fuck it, let's say we did. Got rich, silly rich, bought boats, had hotties come party and go fishing with us." "That sounds fucking great," Greg said. I just don't know. It's not that I'm too old or tired, but it's all the defeats, man. They add up. My mind doesn't want to get up off the mat anymore. I can't even think what our lives would look like if we made this blockchain thing happen." Walt brought a fist to his belly. "It's like I'm constipated because nothing ever happened for too long. The whole time you're waiting for that breakthrough, but it just keeps backing up. It never clears out. So now, what if nothing can? Because it's just too late and all that sludge has turned to stone." Dan frowned. He said, "Do you want to stay the way you are right now?
But for the rest of your life? Or worse, start rotting away? Look, maybe a little feather in your cap won't have you dancing in the streets, but come on, it'll make you feel like you did something real.
And who knows, Greg added. Maybe it could open up some new doors.
Exactly. There's no telling where this road leads.
Walt grumbled. That's not much of a business plan.
Greg gave a laugh.
Drink some beer, you old curmudgeon.
What the hell?
The group sat in silence, nursing their beers. When the server came by, they ordered a fresh pitcher. A moment later, Dan asked, "So, do we quit?"
"We don't have to quit," Walt said. "But we gotta bridge the gap between that dream and the reality of our lives in the here and now. I mean, look at me. No muscles, hair's getting thin. Do I get much respect from people? No, sir. Don't get me wrong, it's been really nice to fantasize about making it on the cover of some tech magazine. But the truth is, we may all be stuck in the grind from here on out."
Greg whacked the table.
"But I need something more to think about than work, or pussy, or sports."
"You've got your kids," Dan said.
"That's true. And you guys, too. My friends, brothers in arms. But I need a bigger purpose, to focus my energy on something that will take a while to get done right. Is Block Docs it? I don't know. But it is the first real thing I've been excited about in a long time." "Yes," Walt said, raising his fist skyward. "Something that comes from inside us, really using our minds, not just some new hobby or going on wine tasting trips. This is going to be our own creation."
"I hear you guys," Dan said. "But I have to ask, how will something like this business cure all the doom and gloom I just heard? It's going to be boring work and not sexy at all as we wander blindly down the checklist of things we have to do."
The beer arrived. Greg started pouring. "Maybe it is a naive hope," Walt conceded. "For what? I don't know. But even after all the things I said earlier, there's still a pulse of belief somewhere inside me. And desire," Greg added. "Like we're coming back to life after being numb for how many years? Too fucking many. But as soon as we got an idea, that's when our brains started to sizzle."
"If we could go back in time," Dan said slowly, "I think all of us would have done a lot of things differently.
But we're here. It may not be pretty, but these are our lives. Still, now at least we have a little momentum. Let's not get tripped up by too many heavy emotions."
Walt stood up.
"A toast. A promise. We'll stick this project out for, say, 6 months. Not expecting it to actually go anywhere, but because it's a first step in moving all of our lives forward."
Greg and Dan raised their glasses.
Dan said, "And hey, maybe it will work. But if not, we can take heart in knowing that we jump-started the battery."
"I do need something to happen," Greg said.
"A win, a new gig. It's got to be more than just a pulse, though. No offense to you guys."
Walt cracked a smile. He sang,
"3 hearts beat as one."
Chapter 22. Enough. And send. Off you go. Greg sat back and closed his laptop. He reached for the half-empty beer bottle. Work was done. He surveyed the dining area of his apartment. Papers were all over the floor, one even under his foot. A manila folder that had served as his placemat during breakfast now had several large grease stains. And Greg's trusty bottle opener was at his side, always ready. He couldn't help but laugh at it all, because one aspect of a year-long corporate dispute that his firm was involved with had just been processed by a man, himself, who had not showered or brushed his teeth but was already 2 beers deep. Legal? Hard to say. The California way? Absolutely. In more lucid moments, Greg might admit that perhaps there was something wrong with your life, or the world, if you needed the taste of alcohol on your lips to get through it all. But that's how it was. Tapping out work emails wasn't so crushingly depressing when you could take a sip after each paragraph.
As Greg began to clean up the jumble of paperwork, he marveled at how telecommuting, which had been celebrated as a way to work in your pajamas, eventually morphed into the realization of how unfulfilling your job actually was. The joyful dancing in your slippers initial feeling of having pulled one over on the boss now turned back around on you in bleak fashion. It was the stripped-down truth of where your life had ended up, making the minimal effort to keep things flowing rather than traveling to space like they promised you back in elementary school. You weren't even a part of NASA's support staff, all those talented people who did the calculations and logistics work. Instead, you just ping-ponged PDFs back and forth between clients and the boss, then sat at the dining room table in your boxer shorts cracking open your third beer of the day, with nowhere to go. Because, apparently, the only alternative was to be in town wearing a suit, not allowed to drink, but still going through the same meaningless motions. That's when Greg thanked God for the club. Beautiful Corona Vista. Because it meant he did have somewhere to go, a place to rub noses and get into the fray with professionals like himself. They understood. They knew that this was as good as you could hope for, and that it would be cruel to reveal the truth to people who worked minimum wage down at the CVS. Because there was no way out. You were stuck in your lane. At least whoever built the pyramids got to see that their exhausting efforts were bearing fruit. For the likes of Greg, it was bankers' boxes piled high in storage units or the faces of clients grown weary after doing battle for years in the legal trenches. But he himself could no longer turn a blind eye. A life languishing without purpose demanded that you do something to liberate your soul. He had to get off this track, whether that meant detonating the walls or building a rocket engine to fly away. It was 2 years now that Greg had been a free bird, and he had nothing to show for it. No law license, no money, no new car, no plan. He was going to have to close some chapters, right in the middle if necessary, as well as start writing a few new ones. Maybe face the pain of conflict and separation, and somehow muster the strength to stand up for himself rather than hide in the shadows. Whether it was block docs or putting an Esquire after his name, Greg simply could not spend the rest of his 50s being someone else's underling, because the just enough annual raises were no longer enough. Not when he had coined the phrase that Dan and Walt were rallying around. Not when Peter, the computer genius, had spawned from his loins. Which made Greg wonder if maybe he already was on the road to making good on his potential. And if so, then perhaps he was doing better than the frustrated side of him wanted to admit. 2 sons, full-time job in the nicest part of Los Angeles, bosses that let him work from home a few days a month, a Croatian minx who could handle both a golf club and his cock, and good friends who were all in the same boat, scratching their heads and asking, "How did this become my life?" Now Greg felt that things might turn out okay. He just had to recapture some of that old, naive courage, to once again leap over the wall where so many machine gun blasts had torn him to pieces before. Because it was all a matter of perspective, gratitude for what you had, and then trying to build off of that foundation. Most of the people he had grown up with just stayed home, and of the ones who had left, how many really made a go of it? Meanwhile, Greg ate lunch a few blocks from Rodeo Drive. He played golf the week of Thanksgiving wearing shorts. He was sleeping with a woman who was born in the early 90s, and that infuriated his ex-wife. So maybe the elevator pitch version of his life wasn't that bad after all. Maybe one of these days down in Beverly Hills, he would walk past a famous selfie-taking model and realize that they were both wearing the same scent. Angelino Rogue, for him and her. Chapter 23. The Swing. The day had been hell, starting with wrecks all along the highway coming into town, as if warning Greg to just turn around and take the day off. But he couldn't, not with the 10 o'clock deposition scheduled with the young widow who was being sued by her deceased husband's adult children in order to regain control of his assets.
Greg was lucky to arrive only 30 minutes later than planned, considering the traffic jam. He spent the next hour working with Francis, the secretary, and the boss's son, Jeremy, to finalize the preparations. Then they waited. At 15 past, Greg helped himself to a cup of coffee, which Francis had brewed fresh. Having clients who were both wealthy and driven by deep personal animosity made for long, drawn-out cases which earned Greg's firm considerable fees. Customer service touches, like gourmet coffee served with a variety of real creamers, were seen as a small investment that paid back major dividends over the life of a case. Greg was content to enjoy this little perk now. When 10:30 rolled past with Mrs. Talbot still a no-show, Greg started sketching trees and giant golf balls on his legal pad. Francis got up and began trying to contact the client's attorney.
"Hi, Leon," Greg heard her say while moving down the hall. "This is Francis Gresham from Mr. Refkin's office. We were expecting—"
Greg got up to refill his mug. Jeremy poked his head into the conference room. "She's still not here?" "Nope," Greg said. "Missing out on some great coffee, too. Well, when she shows, it's got to be all respect on our part. I don't care how damn late she is. There's $40 million landlocked between that pair of implants. We've got to milk 'em for every dollar we can." Greg raised his eyebrows. "Yeah, I went there." Jeremy rapped his knuckles against the doorframe and disappeared. Frances came back into the room a few minutes past 11. She glanced at the golfscape that Greg had drawn and said, "Nice. Anyway, I just got word. She's not coming." Greg sat up. "How do you know? Are you sure?" "I was finally able to reach her personal assistant, who said that she regretted to inform us that Mrs. Talbot was called to Aruba for a last-minute modeling shoot." "What in the hell?" "And she won't be available until next Monday at the earliest." Greg spun around in his chair. He said with exasperation, "But she already won the damn lottery. Not only does she marry a wealthy older guy who wasn't even that old, but he actually dies a few years later. What more could she possibly want?" Frances stuck out one of her stockinged legs playfully. "Honey, if someone offered to fly me to another country and then paid me to frolic around the beach, don't tell me you wouldn't do it too. Please." "I wouldn't know. Men don't get, discovered like that." Frances looked her body over. Maybe on Monday I'll wear something really cute and see if Mrs. Talbot could use a backup dancer on her next shoot in L.A. Greg grumbled. "I don't even know if you're kidding." He stood up and said, "Let's clear this room out, see if there's anything else to do instead." When that was done, Greg went looking for Jeremy, but he was nowhere to be found. Gone out for an early lunch, Greg assumed, as soon as he knew that the deposition was canceled. His father's absence was understandable, wedding anniversary week spent up in Sonoma County. Back in his office, Greg wasted some time tidying the piles of accordion folders that were all over the place. The meeting had been expected to go for at least 2 hours, along with some follow-up work after lunch. But with all that wiped away by the whims of the client, Greg suddenly felt the itch. Run up to Corona Vista early, get in 18, maybe even 27 holes. He risked it and sent Jeremy a text. Interrupting one of his long lunches could be an invitation to serious wrath, but on a weird day like this, Greg was ready to roll the dice. His phone vibrated a few minutes later. The text message said, "Sure, take off. I may not come back either, but don't tell F." Greg shot a thanks back, then started packing his things. After all the effort to fight his way into town for nothing, he couldn't wait to get out of there now that the day was starting to turn around. He gave Frances a wave on his way out. "Bye, love." "Where are you going?" "Let me guess, the club." Greg stopped walking. He put on an Italian accent and said, "No, ma'am. Actually, someone sees my beach photo from last summer on the Facebook, and now they want to have me model their new line of manikinis. So off I go." "Whatever. Have a nice round. See you in the morning." Greg whistled a tune while riding the elevator down to the garage. He would call the club once he got on the road and see what the starter sheet looked like. But when he got to his parking space, there were shattered glass fragments directly in the path of his back right tire. "What the hell?"
He went to find one of the garage attendants. The man was very apologetic, said he would go retrieve her broom himself. 10 minutes later, he reappeared. "Sorry for you to wait, Mr. Gregg," the man said. "They are always moving these tools. Ah, such a mess. Some people, I can't believe, and even here in Beverly Hills." "Thank you, Elmer. I'll see you tomorrow, maybe." "Oh, you leaving?" "And never coming back," Gregg heard himself say so loudly that it echoed through the parking garage. Elmer adjusted his glasses and shuffled away. Gregg pulled the 4Runner into mildly congested lunchtime traffic, making his way toward the freeway in zips and spurts. He pulled onto the 405 North and was about to call the pro shop when he saw a crush of cars up ahead that were barely moving. "Jesus Christ," he said in a deflated falsetto. "Cannot fucking win today." Half an hour and 2 accidents off to the side later, Gregg felt confident enough about the roads to call the club and lock in a time. Traffic really started to move, and soon he was flying out of the city. Gregg strutted through the locker room, put on his shoes, a fresh shirt, even selected a newer hat he'd recently bought. He picked up his to-go order of sandwich and whiskey soda from the snack bar, slurping through the straw happily on his way to the course. He felt a little pep in his step as he surveyed the practice green and mountains beyond, and then his heart sank. Standing on the white tee box up ahead was Bart, the guy who got awkwardly silent at the bar whenever a ball game was on, who gave clueless smiles with his fat face when the other guys started getting into it arguing about the Lakers or Kings, the guy who made you nervous as hell because something about him was just off, and who Gregg somehow got paired with to spend the next 3+ hours. "Howdy, partner," Bart said, while extending a hand, his crooked teeth looking like a row of graves in a 19th century cemetery. "Okay if we play from up here?" Gregg managed to smile. "Hello, Bart. Sure, we can go easy today." "Cool deal. I'm all set, but it looks like you've got your hands full, so take your time." Gregg stood his bag up and tucked the wrapped sandwich away. "No time to eat that now." As he fished out teas and a ball, he said, "So, Bart, get out of work early?" "Nope, had the day off." "Nice." Gregg had no idea what this man did for a living. He usually had his head buried in his phone at the bar, often scribbling random notes and shoving them into his pockets. "And you?" Bart said after a pause. "Yep, client meeting got canceled at the last second, so here I am." "Start us off then, if you're ready." The opening hole wasn't that long, having more of a risk-reward setup, so Gregg selected his 3-wood, hoping to drop an easy one out there. But something went wrong during his cold first swing, and the golf ball started tumbling left. He watched it roll dangerously close to the thin creek that ran parallel to the fairway, and which later snaked its way across to the right side of the hole. Bart guffawed. "But hey, it beats working." Gregg said nothing, handling his whiskey soda so carelessly that the ice cubes banged around the styrofoam cup while Bart was setting up. Pop! A nice, arcing drive drifting to the right in harmony with the fairway's descending slope. Bart looked back at Gregg and excitedly chomped his molars. For better or worse, they were off. Gregg, who was always on the lookout for the cart girl, would definitely need her services today. He found his ball half submerged at the edge of the creek. A chain reaction of calculations fired inside his mind. Take an early drop or try to be a hero, Bill Haas style. Gregg fought off that reckless urge and went with the safe play. He didn't want to get soaked anyway. He landed his third shot just to the left of the green, then watched as Bart jiggled his belly over his own ball before swinging. It was a wobbly duck, but somehow made its way all the way up to the front fringe. When Bart turned toward him with a "Who, me?" shrug of the shoulders, Gregg thought his head was going to explode. There was just something about the guy that, even when his shot landed nicely, all you wanted to do was push him into a sand trap. Gregg waved and said, "Nice shot." His own ball was in a treacherous spot. The chip would be a speedy left-to-righter going downhill with a bunker looming directly behind.
After no warm-up, he didn't have the feel to try dropping a flop, so he choked down on a little low punch with his 9 and hoped for the best. The ball did roll well past the cup, but stayed safely on. Before Greg could walk across the green to mark, Bart stepped up with what looked like a rescue club and putted up the hill through 10 feet of fringe. The ball bounced along the spongy turf, running up onto the green quickly before rattling against the flagstick down and in. "Birdie! Oh my God!" Bart threw up his arms. He trundled over to the hole. "Yeah!" Greg, verifying that this feat had in fact been accomplished without a putter, shook his head. "Hell of a start. Looks like I'm going to double you up out of the gate." "We should have put money on this." Bart kissed his golf ball. "Is this guy for real?" Greg lined up his long bogey putt, giving it a go, but in the end, coming up short. Kick-in double bogey. He made a beeline for his drink and sucked down the last half in an instant. "Gotta keep the reactor cool here, avoid a meltdown." He finally spotted the cart girl 2 holes later. Beautiful Erica. He flagged her down frantically, like a shipwrecked sailor who had gone beyond drinking his own urine into outright cannibalism. "Hiya, guys," she said, smiling behind a pair of sunglasses. "How we doing?" "Ready to give you all of my money, I think," Greg said. "Playing that bad already, huh?" You know, just need to lube up the old liver." "Sure. What'll it be?" As Greg ordered 2 tall cans of Firestone 805 and a shot of Jack, he looked over at Bart and asked, "You want anything?" "I don't think so. I'm playing too good. Don't want to mess it up." 1 over through 3 is too good? Okay. Greg cracked one of the cans, then sent his tee shot on this par 3 to 11 feet. 805 alive. When he missed the birdie putt, he avoided an outburst by taking pleasure in the double that Bart posted after needing 2 shots to get out of the sand. "Guess I should have gotten a beer after all," Bart said on the walk up to the next hole. Greg, knowing how uncomfortable his own silence was, finally said, "I got another. You want it?" "Well, do you mind?" "No, of course not." Greg reached into his bag and handed the other 805 can over, furious and thinking he'd damn well better see Erica no later than 7 or 8. The thought of waiting until the turn for another drink was nightmarish. Bart took a sip. "Cheers." "Likewise." "You fat fuck. Who are you anyway? Why'd you join this place? You suck at golf. I don't see any wife or kids out here with you either. What's your goddamn deal?" Greg rocked an impressive drive down the next fairway. Bart was late on the swing and found the right rough. "Looks like you're warming up now, Greg. Maybe you can give me some tips." "Oh, sure," Greg said. "What part of your game needs fixing?" "Everything about it, bub. Your stance is terrible. You drop your right shoulder before impact." Bart said, "It's just so inconsistent. One day I play pretty good, but the next round it's 10 shots worse." "I know the feeling." "What are you writing on those scraps of paper? It's fucking creepy." "Yeah," Bart smiled. "Any pointers you might have?" "I'll keep an eye out. Sure thing." The course was wide open in front of them, and they were soon up onto the 8th tee with no sign of the cart girl. Greg had long since finished his beer, as well as downed the airline bottle before hitting the last drive. He looked at Bart's beady eyes and splotchy skin. Just the sight of the man made him hot with rage. He said, "Say, Bart, you married?" "It's a long story," Bart replied with a sigh. "Ooh, do tell." "That's all right," Greg said. "We got all day. You're among friends here." "Let's hit first." 2 decent drives, and they were walking down the fairway side by side. Bart nibbled on a fingernail, then said, "My wife went on a business trip overseas and never came back." "What?" Greg coughed. "Yeah, one of the company's employees over there. Fell in love during video conferences, or in person when they met, who really knows?" "Fuck me. When did all this happen?" "Last year." "And do you have kids?" "A daughter. who's living with her parents in Oregon until everything gets worked out.
Greg looked at him through new eyes. You're saying that your wife, soon-to-be ex-wife, might get custody? Bart exhaled. It's very possible. Too possible. Fucking shit, man. Greg's agitation was now becoming visible. Don't worry about it, please. Let's try to hit some good shots.
Yeah, no kidding. Have at it.
Bart's ball was sitting left of center, just past the 200-yard marker. He settled in with his hybrid and swung hard. The ball hooked sharply to the left, landing in a cluster of trees and wild vegetation well short of the green.
Bad luck, Greg said.
He walked up to his ball alone as Bart went on ahead to look for the wayward shot. Greg took a few steps forward and spotted the 150 marker.
Okay, front right pin, buck 70 tops. Wind? No. But look at those bunkers. 1, 2, 3. Don't want to mess with them.
He looked over at Bart, lumbering in the direction of his shank. Even that rube had his own sob story. And he, too, was out here trying to coax the golf spirits into throwing him a bone. Greg felt a bit drunk. He'd forgotten to eat any of the to-go sandwich since they'd started playing, had gone straight from all that fancy coffee to 3 drinks while walking in the sun. No excuses, though. It was time to deliver a solid golf shot, find that first birdie, to make good on this disaster of a day, to show that he knew how to play this game. Get a good result right here, right now, and it would be the beginning of a whole new Greg. Absolutely. He stood over the ball and heard his mind start to chatter. It was making promises. To stop being so aloof and bitter. To not hide away from his dreams or his pains. To be a better father and boyfriend, even ex-husband if that's what it took. It was time to give himself a real chance at life. Greg took a mighty swing with his 6-iron and watched his golf ball soar up into the heavens. He uttered a silent prayer as he felt tears well up in his eyes.
God, please let me have this one. Land it in there tight for me. I don't know when I'll have the focus to try for the bar again, or the courage to be on my own, or make any of the other changes I always talk about. But right now, I've got what it takes to swing these clubs. So just give me a little more time. I swear that soon I'll stop messing around. Until then, come on, ball. Drop in there close and bite. Bite!
The end. This has been Chasing the Best Days, written by Philip Wyeth, performed by Paul Heitch, a member of SAG-AFTRA, edited by Eric Sinisvet, and recorded at Push Play Audio. This book is copyright 2018 by Philip Wyeth. This production, copyright 2019 by Philip Wyeth.